What is up?
All right.
Good evening. Good weekend. Whatever.
What? Are you speaking in code to somebody?
Yeah, sometimes I get confused with the accents and kind of stuff. A couple of languages, so it gets complicated.
He knows more languages than you do, Rob.
What'd you say, Chris, when you were insulting me?
I said he knows more languages than you do.
Felipe, well, how do you know how many to speak? Felipe, what do you dream in? That's my question to you.
Ooh, good question.
I'm a night dreamer.
Yeah, but do you speak any language in your dreams?
I bet you he dreams in English and Portuguese.
I don't know, Rob. Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's gotta ask around what I speak when I'm sleeping. Yeah.
I know Angelo Kelly dreams in Irish.
Really?
I don't know. What
You
Hey,
make
Mick.
Rob, did you pick up the Shelly Man at the Blackhawks that you found today?
Yes.
Good. Nice. Those are great.
Look at this, Roberto gave us $5.
I have a lot to show.
Thank
you,
you so
Roberto.
much, Roberto. Roberto,
Right.
you got $5 to do whatever you like now.
All right.
Are you going to pay $5 to do something silly like show albums where people are smoking or something, Roberto?
No.
Hey, Angelo.
Yeah. Hey, Angelo. Hi, Melinda. Hi, Sean. Mark, if you want to come on the stream, when it start getting to Richard Davis, will be really, really, really cool.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah.
Ooh, got your t-shirt today? Awesome.
Oh,
Hey,
awesome.
this one.
Which one did you get?
Yeah, why don't y'all dressed up, Rob?
I'm wearing a collared shirt. I'm in shorts. I'm not dressed up.
Rob is actually showing the new Jazz Bums button down.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of a guy on a polo horse, it's a guy sitting on the toilet reading the Record Collector News.
Oh man, I'm glad to be back. How was the stream last week? I didn't get a chance to watch.
Oh, it was a disaster. It was
I
awesome.
thought it was pretty good.
You guys left us all alone.
Yeah.
Brandon felt like a dog left in a car with the windows rolled up.
Yeah. I was like, help.
I was just hanging out to dry, but we made it, right?
And then Felipe took off. He went to Trader Joe's.
Yeah.
He took a nap. He went to Trader Joe's. He downed a bottle of Mad Dog 4040.
So Mike and Chris, how was the weekend in Vegas? Did you find a naked Chinese guy in the trunk?
Well, we're back home, so it wasn't successful.
Yeah, exactly.
You got a tooth back?
We didn't turn our $50 or whatever into a fortune.
All right. We have a question here just to get us started. Who ordered the Monk small batch?
I did not.
Is it still available?
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. They're only doing 1,000.
Well, they did
3,000,
4,000.
right?
They did 4,000, or they're supposed to do 4,000.
Okay.
4,000.
How much is it for the box?
It's $109 before taxes and shipping.
With taxes and shipping, it's like $130, or give or take.
I'm very confident the next time Kraft does a sale, maybe for Black Friday or something, it'll be discounted, just like the other two were. So.
Yeah, if it's still around.
But here's one thing I want to find out, and I think a long time ago I mentioned this, and I think Chris has the same one. The current OJC
it's amazing. It is amazing, right, Rob?
Okay, well, it's amazing. It's 180 gram. It's heavy, and I think it dates back to probably 2012 or 13.
Yeah.
Is that the one you have too, Mike?
I think.
Well, I have. This is the first OJC 1982 with the tip-on jacket, and it's like perfect original Riverside Aqua label.
Okay, so here's the point I want to get out about this 2013. There was another one done in if I'm only going by Discogs because I don't own it. where Kevin Gray's initials are in the dead wax. I think the person who entered it in did KG, K, not his initials, but I think it's an honest mistake. And from what I understand, it also has the QRP code in that dead wax. So this OJC is not there long after. So what I know is I got that John Lee Hooker Riverside reissue that Sam Jones is on. The story I was told is Chad made a request that they try and reissue some titles, and they were pressed at RTI. This was one of them. This John Lee Hooker, and I'm just making a connection that the Brilliant Corners was maybe one of them, because it sounds outstanding.
Yeah.
And
do you have?
I don't know. Somehow they masked the dead wax from the Kevin Gray cut, but this thing just sounds too good to be some sort of digital transfer or old.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I have it. I have it right here, I think.
Yeah, I couldn't find mine. I think mine's still in the.
I think I have the same version as Chris has, like the latest OJC.
So do I. It says like RE.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
So I just want to know if anyone knows anything about this, because just because I heard a story, someone said, look, Chad, because inside my John Lee Hooker is a sort of mailer thing for acoustic sounds.
So
And
this one says OJC 026B1 RES. And it sounds amazing. I'm never gonna pay like $100 for it.
No.
This was like 20.
Yeah.
Go
Brandon,
to
what
Amazon
copy?
or wherever and order this Brilliant Corners. It's available everywhere for 20 something bucks.
Yeah.
Brandon, do you have a copy?
Yeah, I have a second pressing.
Is it stereo?
No, it's mono. It's like I think the first one's 57, and then I have a blue label 58. So it doesn't have the white label. It's just, but it's really clean. I got it a while ago. I mean, I love Monk, so my Monk collection's pretty deep.
Nice. Yeah, he's great.
But that one's one of my favorites.
No, Brilliant Corners is beautiful. I mean, music, the sound, the way it comes out is just amazing.
I think Brilliant Corners, Monk Stream, and Underground are probably my three favorites of Monk.
Yeah, Underground is good.
I like all three of those a lot.
I like his record with Mulligan too.
Solo Monk is outstanding.
That's a Jerry Mulligan record.
Oh yeah, I guess
I mean, I guess it's both.
It's both.
It's Mulligan meets Monk.
Right.
I put it. I file it in the Mulligan section, but it's not that far from the Monks.
Did you take a Mulligan when you did that?
Yeah.
So the OJC, real quick.
Yeah.
That is not the version we have, Felipe. There's no way in hell that was pressed to QRP, right? Because it came with a shitty paper sleeve. There's no way.
Yeah. No, it didn't come with a QRP sleeve. And QRP in the dead wax, they have usually parentheses, some numbers in parentheses.
Just so you know, Chris, here's the deal again. Like the John Lee Hooker, it was pressed at RTI because Chad made some sort of request that they reissue these, and they put the Acoustic Sounds mailer or little thing inside of the jacket. So
the cover looks great.
Yeah, QRP did press stuff in paper sleeves.
You got it, Chris?
I mean, not QRP, RTI. Stuff.
RTI, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Hang on.
It's the second press. I think it's a 58. So it's the year after.
Oh, it's a big label.
It's a deep groove blue.
Nice.
But it's super clean.
Looks clean.
Is that one of those small labels or regular size?
No, I don't think they did that with this pressing. There's only a few, like the Bill Evans, that have like the micro.
Yeah.
There's not that many that have the.
Yeah.
The 80.
I guess in theory,
the 90 millimeter.
There actually are quite a few, but you know.
And Jazzland has those as well.
What?
Yeah.
Jazzland uses those as well sometimes.
The slightly smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
it's like millimeters.
Yeah.
You know.
That's it, Rob.
The small one is 92 millimeters, and the big one's 100.
Yeah. So here's how my take on it. I mean, This record already sounds great. It's hard. There's marginal improvement, but it was a smart choice because they can make it sound really outstanding. But any press of this record really sound good because it is I think, a great sound recording record to start with.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's a marginal game, but if you're a fan, if you like it, you go for it. You're gonna be happy.
Here's what's
WG.
weird.
I was just going to point out this comment here. He said they could have gotten the new OJC to do it. They probably will have the new OJC do it.
Absolutely.
But they probably figured, it's a, seminal, it's like a top Monk record. Let's put it out one step. We'll do it that way. And then they did with the Yusuf Eastern Sounds.
Now, this is weird. So I don't think the copy we have, Felipe, was pressed to QRP. I just don't.
No.
But this one, this is available at Acoustic Sounds, obviously. And it says QRP on it. Now, I don't know if that's just because that's all they pressed it at some point, like in 2013, and they're just, don't update their website, or if this is actually different than what we have.
Here's what
the barcode is the exact same. Chris, I'm checking the barcode is the exact same one.
Hey, Chris, while you're there, why don't you just send something to customer service that says, because they make a lot of mistakes on this website. I found a few.
I don't think they'll talk to me anymore after that previous episode we had. So I'm not sure they'll talk to me anymore.
Well, it'd be nice to say, hey, you have QRP, because one time I ordered a record that said it had a gatefold and it didn't. And they go, that was a mistake in the description. So that's quite possible. That
Did they ask you to take 17 pictures of it and prove it wasn't a gatefold, and then
I had to slash my tires and rearrange my sock drawer, but I don't know.
Yeah,
I think I'm going with my speculation that it might have been impressed at RTI or whatever.
I just never seen an RTI or QRP record come in a paper sleeve. It's what's so weird about it, because they have pressed a lot of the modern OJCs at RTI, right?
Yeah.
They're always in those RTI sleeves. But either way, that $20 pressing sounds fucking killer.
It sounds really good. It sounds.
I like that record so much, so I'm actually tempted to buy that one because I don't have a small batch. I don't know, man.
I'd say wait till people start reviewing it, and it's
True.
going to be available.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
Yeah.
So these are
your shopping cart again.
No, these are the VG Plus copies from 1957 to 1959 that are available online. So we have 5 copies. Stony Creek has I'm not going to click into it because my computer lags, but this is at least one of the first presses of this. So the first press or like a second or third repress. And so it's
not a first press.
70 VG Plus. Let's see. Then it gets up to the jackets are terrible. Oh, this actually is pretty good. This might be a pretty good deal right here.
Which one are the one you're planning on buying, Mike, so everyone can buy?
I'm not.
Can you do me a favor though? Can we see the 3 items? I want to see the 3 items that first store has that you want though.
Yeah.
Which one? Yes.
Yeah. What are the 3 items?
Helen Reddy, Leo Sayer.
Okay, Art Farmer, Modern Art, United Art. Oh, they got all my and Jubilee. Okay, this is a repress of a very rare Jackie McLean record.
Can everyone buy that, please?
Well, I'm not
going to buy it anyway.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Okay,
let's sell out this
I would like those. Look how much this Benny Golson is. He wants 200. This is Benny Golson.
My gosh.
Check out who's on it though.
Who wants what? Is it the Philadelphians?
Yes. So it's got Lee Morgan. Where's the lineup? Do they not have it on here? Well, anyway, it says Lee Morgan, Philly Joe Jones, Percy Heath, Ray Bryant, right? And Benny Golson. So that's a pretty killer. And Ray Bryant on piano, that's awesome.
Hey, Mike, I have an extra copy. I have an extra copy of a Jackie McLean twofer that has that album. Do you want it? It sounds good.
Well, hold on. So the point is you can get an early pressing for less than what this one step is. Just throwing that out there. There's a few on there for 75 VG Plus Media. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, there's because the original has like some cats on it. And then they did there's like 3 Jubilee pressings. There's like 3 or 4 Jubilee pressings. And they're all in like the 40 to 50 range. Or probably
I was talking about
50, depending on some of them are 60, 70.
He's talking about the Monk.
I was talking about the Monk.
Oh.
The first pressing is on Adlib, I think it's called.
Oh, the McLean, yeah, and it's insanely expensive.
And that's like $2,000.
Yeah. But the Jubilee pressings of that the second and third and fourth, you can get pretty reasonably, and they sound fine.
Yeah, you can get the twofer for $5.
Really cool. It's.
Or
I
you
think
can get the twofer for $5.
I think it's his first session early, like I don't know, like mid 50s or something, and they're in one of those spaces like where you can. It's not a Van Gelder sound. It's like really big, and it's an old sound, but it's really cool because of that.
Are you gonna order this Monk record, Joe?
What's the title? I'm not.
Oh, it's the Running Corners and Craft.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah. No, because I have a copy of it already, so I don't think I'm gonna order it. But
I agree.
What about you guys? Sorry, I didn't catch the.
Oh, no, I don't think we already have it, but it is nice to see Monk get this kind of treatment. But I put Monk up there with these other three guys anyway in my camp.
It was tempting.
Yeah, it is tempting. If it goes on sale, I might fold. Even though I said I'm not buying any more $100 records, but if it's on sale for like $95 and it's a $100 record,
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Joe, do you have a copy of Brilliant Corners?
Yeah, I found one. I found an early pressing at a place in Rochester that's known for like underpricing a lot of stuff. So I got it for it was like $75. So
you gotta go there.
Early pressing. So it's nice. So yeah, so I've got that, but
is it stereo or mono?
It's stereo.
Yeah.
Were you gonna say, Felipe?
No, kind of deviating the subject a little bit, but still Monk, Charlie Rouse. Do you guys, any of you, I think Rob has it, that Mal Waldron Live at the Village Vanguard, the Seagulls record. Mal Waldron.
I have that. I have that one.
I heard at the store today. That thing sounds fantastic.
There's two. You're talking about the
Seagulls.
It's called like Digging It or something like that.
No, it's Live at the Village Vanguard is on the 80s. Cut at the Village Vanguard. Mal Waldron, Woody Shaw.
Yeah, it's got a blue cover. I have that one.
Charlie Rouse, Seagulls. That thing is amazing.
Same session though. It's the same recording. There's one also called Diggin' that's like the same night.
Yeah.
But I don't have that one. I just have the Seagulls one.
Yeah, I had the record at the store today. It was just amazing. Really impressive.
I mean, it's one of my top 20 possessions, I guess, if you want to call it that. I was pretty lucky to find one.
That's a really good one.
Mark.
Oh, that's it. That's it, Mark. That's it. Man, that session it's so great. I mean, the first side just one song. And it's not like one boring song like a Led Zeppelin record. It's like one beautiful song.
Why are you always hitting on Led Zeppelin lately, man? Come on.
I don't know. I just wanna make throw gasoline in the fire.
There, that works. What's up, Maslov?
I'm in the same country as Mark Glassman.
I understand the Led Zeppelin thing though, because it's like there'll be this conversation about getting people's speakers and their stereo and everything, and then it's like, can't wait to play Led Zeppelin on it, and they're like, what? No. Yeah. Why are you getting all excited about? I mean, there's albums that are going to showcase your speakers and everything a lot better than a Led Zeppelin record.
Well, not if you go back to the 80s and it's just about having the loudest speakers possible, man.
Well, that's what I think a lot of, I think a lot of people are just deaf.
Yeah, that's true.
So Mazzy, do you feel like coming back?
Coming back to where? Coming back to where?
To the U.S.
I feel much better today because I won't get into politics, but some guy who tried to move his case to federal court was denied. So that's all I'll say about that. So I feel a little better.
Oh, yeah.
That's
no politics.
No, Canada is, I mean, I was in Gastown today. I was on Westman Stream and we went to that music center and stuff. And there's the same fucked up shit in urban areas in the States is going on up here too. So that is a pandemic, not maybe pandemic's not the word, But as you know, Mark, working with mental health patients, and I don't know if you work with mental health, maybe just, couples that can't get along and after they renovated their house, whatever. It's scary out there. People are this whole, the medication, people on the street, it's everywhere in urban.
The only difference here is you get shot and you get free healthcare when you go to the hospital.
Yeah, but it's like, boy, right adjacent to Gastown, it's a shit show down here. But
yeah, Vancouver.
Yeah,
east side of Vancouver is pretty rough.
Yeah, totally.
Mazzy, I watched the live stream with Steve Westman and Tim from University of Vinyl. Really good stream. What did you think of? I mean, Steve Westman's, he showed a little bit of a shop, more than he usually does. It looked fantastic.
Well, he doesn't work there.
So what? Okay, so how does that work then?
Okay, he works in the admissions department.
Okay, forget it. Ixnay.
No, he said it on. He says this stuff.
All right.
Well, I wouldn't talk about it.
He talked about it on the stream. He showed it.
Okay.
He works for the Vancouver Film School.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's awesome.
Yeah, and he does these things at the shop in promotional trade outs, and they get some business, and it's kind of it's appointment only type of thing. Literally, it's right down there where the crazies are outside this place. But it's appointments over. It's beautiful stuff. A lot of Bowers and Wilkins, but also, I mean, it doesn't have that stupid red, huge Wilson crap. But I think they can order anything. It's actually nice. There's like 5 different rooms. It's kind of a cool place. Yeah. Room treatment.
You're not going to buy a set of Wilsons, Mazzy? That's what I've been waiting for.
I don't like Wilson. I mean, they sound great, but they're over. I'm not buying anything.
So. Wilson.
Anyway, Wax, it's not a secret. He showed a clip.
We talked privately, and I just think.
Yeah, any private stuff I don't share with him. So
okay, if he didn't want to, I'm not.
Yeah. But anyway, everyone should go check out that stream on Steve Westman.
I tried to promote your shirt. I said where you could get.
I saw that.
That looks amazing. Yeah, thank you so much, Mazzy.
Even though it's dark blue and not black, but that's okay.
Black is available now. There is black that is.
Yeah.
Can I exchange? Do I get a 10% like restocking fee or 20%?
Okay. So I think at this point, Mazzy and Mark join us. I think we should go about Richard Davis, right? I think it was a kind of funny week because on the same day that Sonny Rollins turned 93, Richard Davis passed.
At 93.
And I think they were, yes, exactly. They were born the same year. Sonny was September, of course, and Richard Davis on April 30th, 15th, I think. And I mean, I have a lot of his work. I've been reading about him, studying about his life, his work for the past few weeks or so. But it's just impressive how spread out he was. He was in jazz, he was in rock, he was in classical music, he was everywhere, and always in an outstanding way. He was always like top notch.
When you were doing your research, Felipe, what surprised you?
Some of his rock work I didn't know about, and especially the Van Morrison record, right? I mean, everybody said that Van Morrison record sounds great. Yes, of course, because it was not Van Morrison work; it's Richard Davis work.
Which Van Morrison? Astro Weeks?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he worked on the 2 Springsteen records, the Asper Park, Born to Run, some Carly Simon stuff. And what I found most amazing about him is that in '77 he went to Wisconsin, Madison, to work at the university and be a teacher. He had no like formal teaching background, but he went to the university. He's got his PhD degree later. But he was such an advocate for music. He has a foundation for a young bassist that still exists. Has a foundation for equality awareness. I mean, this guy is such a myth, a legend. He's just such a great player, and he's such like social player in a sense as well. And I think he can be praised high enough. I was just chatting with Mike and Chris today. Mike Notes and Tones. Hopefully he joins. I feel like I just can't even like talk about him. I feel embarrassed because this guy is so important, so big, so great. He's just And then we're talking about hopefully Mark Lessman can join us tonight and he's shedding some light on it. He has so much experience and probably saw him live many times. I
Mark,
believe.
Did you ever see Richard Davis live?
No, I haven't. No.
But still, I mean, he was a legend, living legend. Now he's like a past legend. But I think he's above so many. I think if it wasn't for Paul Chambers and Ron Carter, he would be like the top, right? The top bass player ever. What do you guys think?
I don't think I've ever heard any of his albums as a leader.
Oh, the Muse ones? Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, I started realizing like last year how many Richard Davis, where he's just playing on the records, that how many of my favorite records had Richard Davis on it. And it started like, I didn't really research it. Or when I did, it didn't really say that, Richard Davis had like a huge part in arranging some of these records. But it's obvious when you look at the style of the records that he's on, that he did have a pretty big influence. And that was like, I think the only solo Richard Davis record I had until the beginning of this year was Muses for Richard Davis, which is the one with the big band, the big group that he's got, Freddie Hubbard and Curtis Fuller and a lot of big names. And that one's good, but the ones on Muse and Cobblestone to me are a lot more interesting.
Oh yeah.
And so this year I got Harvest, Dylan, and Philosophy of the Spiritual.
Yeah.
Which has a different name on Muse.
Yeah, it's
It's the same record, but on Muse it's called.
Here, I have it. I have it right here.
It's called With Understanding. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, his
I just
Muse
started to
catalog.
realize
Yeah.
that how many great, that he was Andrew Hill's main bass player in the Blue Note years.
So many Andrew Hill records, yes.
And then he's on Dialogue by Bobby Hutcherson, which is probably Bobby Hutcherson's best record. And he's on Out to Lunch. So it's just in the Blue Note range, and then he's on a bunch of Jackie Byard records,
and he's
on a ton of
Andrew Hill Blue Notes, like
a ton of them.
Yeah.
He's on like 7 or 8.
Yeah, I think he's on a couple of Joe Henderson and
I have some apart here for you guys. So
he's on a lot of great Blue Notes that are like really important records.
Exact same one as Rob. This is Dealing, probably top.
Yeah.
I mean the cover is amazing.
In and Out, Joe Henderson, Angelos, right?
Dealing, and Richard Davis. That's the Cobblestone one.
Yeah.
This beautiful record, and he has a tome on Blue Note. There's so many.
He's on
His album with Joe Chambers, the Almovarad, is really good too.
Yeah. That's super expensive,
It has become.
Yeah.
It wasn't before.
It's like $150.
Yeah, it's gotten expensive in the last 2 years.
I picked mine up for $10.
Yeah, I mean, he's got so many. Just pulled a few here. I mean, you guys can show more. Out to Lunch, of course.
We go through his whole discography too, so.
Somewhere on Blue Note, like
detail, bro.
Moon Rapping, he's here. Moon Rapping is a fantastic. I know that. Yeah, this
is such a kick-ass record.
Right.
I love that fucking record.
Some more Blue Notes. Lifetime.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He's here.
Coming out this year, right?
It's
coming. It's coming.
It's Tone Poet, yeah.
That's Tone Poet.
Yeah, one more Blue Note, In and Out, as you thought.
Yeah, that one.
It is amazing. Richard Davis, Kenny Dorham, Elvin Jones, Joe Henderson, etc. Let me see who else is here.
Somebody's mentioning there, Kenny Dorham, Trompeta.
Trompeta Toccata, yes.
It's another good
He's
record.
there. I don't know, it's like more 70s stuff, but it's still very good. He's here. Sophisticated Lou.
Oh, I forgot about that record.
Yeah, he's here.
Isn't that an Argo? Wasn't that originally an Argo record?
No, that's a Blue Note, yeah.
That's a Blue Note.
Oh.
That's a EWA pressing. Another Blue Note, Brandon mentioned, I think it's probably the best Bob Hutcherson. I agree. Dialogue.
Yeah, I don't have that yet.
Excellent album.
So Freddie Hubbard, Sam Rivers, Andrew Hill, Richard Davis, and Joe Chambers. This is kick-ass. This is really, really good.
I really like those 4 records he did with Booker Irvin. The books, the book issue, the albums.
Yeah.
He did all those. He played on those as well. Yeah.
I skipped those. I think people are probably going to show them, so I skipped the prestigious. This one came on Resonance. There's so many versions of this record. Musical Prophet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't have that.
He's here. There's a triple. Eric Dolphy, William Lasha, Huey Sounds, Cliff Jordan, Woody Shaw, Bob Hutcherson, Richard Davis.
Is that the first one or the second one?
That's the second one.
They got different covers, but you can actually get a copy of that for an affordable price now since they repressed it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's worth
and I'll
Can I give that to you, Rob? One of them?
No.
Oh, I thought I did.
You were gonna do it, and then I bought a copy on Record Store Day.
Oh, I gave it to someone because I got one free one.
There's someone more important in your life than I am.
Yeah,
Mazzy,
probably.
Did you keep the first press?
I kept the first one.
Okay.
I don't know, whatever. I didn't care either way.
Just 2 Impulse records. He's on Pharoah Sanders' Karma.
Wow.
He's here. And it's also one of my favorite records ever. I really love this one. Dear John C. Alvin Jones is here.
Yeah, that's a great one.
This is a really good one. He's also on Heavy Sounds, a 68 record, which I'm still don't have it. But
I'm looking for that one too, Felipe.
Really good one. Heavy Sounds is amazing, right?
That's like a pretty funky record, though, right? Isn't it like pretty like funk?
Yeah. I mean, it's like 68, a little later. Yes, more like into
funk, man.
It's got hard grooves more than funk. Hard bass lines.
It has a great cover. I love the cover.
All right. Do we want to get into the Jazz Bums hardcore discography crawl since the man passed away?
Yeah, we could do that. Hold on, Rob. Sorry.
I just wanted to show
a couple controls. My computer's too slow for this shit.
I want to show a couple because I have his autograph on a couple.
All right.
Ooh.
That's a cool look, though, man. We should shoot videos like that. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, that is cool.
I don't even know what I'm doing now. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
While we're switching, Nicole Kucera mentioned that Charles Gale also passed away this week. I don't know.
That's a huge loss as well. Yeah, Charles Gale is amazing.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I have an album to show you after, Nicole.
Is that?
Well, let's come on, show it now, Rob. What are you showing us?
I have his autograph on a couple albums, so there's.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
All right, let's see.
But this album is really good. This is a later album he did on Galaxy. One album I can't find, but here's the picture. I do have this. It's just him playing the bass. Just him.
Yeah.
This one has one. That's a great album. I have it.
Oh yeah.
Muse, yeah.
Yeah, I'm used. This is really good. This is a later one, and it's a killer lineup on here with Bobby Cottom and Stanley Cowell and Joe Henderson and Eddie Henderson.
Wow.
This was that alternative cover to the one Felipe showed.
Mm-hmm.
I got Harvest. And then the Muses had different covers. Yeah, these are the same album covers.
Huh. Yeah. And there's another one too. Isn't there a Cobblestone or something?
Yeah, there's an earlier pressing.
But that's this is the later, I think, MPS. This was on PA USA.
Mm-hmm.
And then the ones I just picked this one up.
Oh, I have that.
It's a killer album, and he's on there
That is a killer album.
I think Brendan has a different cover of this one.
I love that record.
Yeah,
cool.
Below Kelly's feet. This is a kick-ass album, kind of avant-garde album for.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
He's on there. Yeah,
put that in my pile, man.
That's on Prestige. That's a Prestige cover.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Cool.
And,
Yeah,
it's
I
on
want that
this Clifford Jordan album.
Yeah.
Ooh,
That's a pretty wild session.
And yeah, that's about it. That's what I pulled. But I have a ton of stuff on it. So.
Can I just say something to Rob?
Yes.
Rob, your collection since I've been seeing you in the VC, your jazz collection has become killer. Like you're really getting
Wait till you see what I picked up today.
Yeah.
But thank you.
No, just saying, like, I remember, well, I don't know how it's been a couple of years maybe, but you kind of started getting into jazz more and vinyl wise, and your collection now is crazy.
Well, when we get off of this, Mike Notes and Tones was in town last week, and I took him around, and I feel like his jaw was on the ground with what we were able to find in the places I took him.
Mark,
I'll take you around. You'll find good stuff.
In LA, more jazz collectors die than rock collectors. That's why he's able to get these things.
Rob, how did you get those signed albums?
How did you get those signed?
So I think it was a collection that Record Safari got, and he dumped them. And the only one I paid a lot was a wall record. Was the one that goes. This is his one that goes for a lot of money. And I only paid $40 for this. But a lot of them, the guy whose collection it was, I think was into radio or something. So there were a lot of signed copies just in general of albums that I got. But I have a couple of Richard Davis signed records. So cool.
Very cool.
I mean, I just picked up this Jimmy Forrest one that's autographed by Jimmy Forrest.
Oh, I think Richard Davis also, is on a Jimmy Forrest record too.
Hey, what's up, Bill? Bill hasn't even said hello. Yeah. What's up, man?
What's up, guys?
What's up, Bill?
Yeah, actually, a number of you guys I've never actually spoken to directly, just on Instagram and stuff. So greetings. I know half the people on here. So how's everybody?
I only know half the people there too, man. I don't claim that.
Yeah.
You know.
Actually, Maz I've never spoken to, but I've spoken to other people about him, like Maz, Generator. Generator does all the Black Sabbath stuff.
Oh, I know. Well, Generator, because I mean, I've talked to Jen a few times. We've had a few. When the archivist, my friend Amanda, was staying with me for 3 years, she's on the board of Women in Vinyl. So we would do these cocktail things with Jen and her husband. And,
that's awesome.
I don't know how well, but we've interacted on stuff. By the way, check out this horrible mug that I'm drinking out of.
It's awesome, man. I'm gonna make it big for that, man.
I had a mug, and then people had to copy me and get their own mug. You know.
Yeah.
No, I love this.
Let's
this
see
is great.
So these are available. These are available on the Jazz Bum store.
It's amazing how many jazz channels rip off jazz label logos.
That's a sore subject right now, Mazzy.
Well, I mean, they did a great job, Mazzy. You know,
the Tunnel Records did that cover. You know, I mean, you're not alone. It's a common.
Yeah. All I'm saying is get your Blue Note parody Jazz Bums label shirt now because it may be
still available. Yeah. So Bill, you got the Winshard Imanon. How do you like it? How is that?
Yeah, I just got that. Although I don't want to distract away from the content. I've only listened to part of it, but it's cool. I mean, you know, I've been thinking about getting it for a while. It's a little out there in terms of the stuff I normally like to listen to, but you know, given he passed away this year and just I've been watching the documentary and stuff, I'm like, man, I want to just get that. That was the last thing he really kind of did that was big. And it's cool because it's signed. You know, there's a comic book in there that he did. It's pretty neat. It's nice to have. I mean, with all the other, you know, obviously I'm kind of a Blue Note psychopath, so with all the other stuff, it's really cool. But yeah, I don't want to comment deeply on the music yet because I've only just kind of gone through it and I haven't really absorbed it yet. It's different, but it's cool. Nice.
Did you get that as a reaction to the documentary, or did you get that before?
Yeah, I mean, I had been thinking about getting it on and off, and I was kind of debating for a while. I just thought it looked looked interesting. And then, watching the documentary and just thinking more about stuff. And I'm like, man, I better grab that while I still can, before there aren't any more of them. I don't know if they'll keep making those or not. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure.
Bill, do you collect original Blue Notes or like reissues?
Oh, both. I mean, I definitely have lots more. I mean, like all this. Backwards. All that's like all Tone Poet stuff there. But I mean, I have some, originals, and I have some stuff from 70s, 80s, and then I buy a lot of the new reissues and stuff like that. So, but it's a mix, a hodgepodge. My dad was a jazz musician, so I inherited tons of his stuff. So I've got lots of old records that I got through him, and then stuff I picked up along the way. So it's my collection's all over the board.
Cool. Very cool.
Speaking of Wayne Shorter and Tone Poets, sorry.
I grabbed I won't show the ones that you guys already just showed, but I just kind of went through real quick and grabbed some Richard Davis stuff that he played on. So here's Reuben Wilson Set Us Free.
Cool.
Which is a really cool funky album. Although Rob won't like it. It's got some spiritual female. Woo!
No, I'm okay with that. It's when people go, went down to the local store and they wouldn't sell me my liquor. Just dated lyrics.
That's not jazz.
There are
like
jazz ones where it's
those are Eagles
70s
records.
social commentary. I don't like it.
All right, this is a real kick-ass record.
That looks cool.
And not just Richard Davis and Joe Zawinul, but see if I can read this without my eyes hurting. William S. Fisher on tenor, Jimmy Owens on trumpet, Kermit Moore on cello, Richard Davis on bass, Warren Smith on percussions, Freddie Waits on drums.
Nice.
So this is a kick-ass. Zawinul has 3 great records on Atlantic. I mean, this is the one. This is Vortex, but Vortex is Atlantic. But he has Money in the Pocket, and then just the Zawinul on Atlantic, and all 3 of those records are great.
The black and white cover.
And the black and white big bald head cover. That's
the one that looks like it's a matching pair with
Jaco Pastorius.
Yeah.
But
so is that a third stream?
I think on Zawinul he plays half Rhodes and half acoustic piano. But the other 2, Money in the Pocket, and this one, it's all acoustic piano. It's before he became a real Rhodes dude. And
is that a third stream record?
No, it's Vortex. So it's Vortex was like the avant-garde label of Atlantic.
Well, I mean, the title says the title's The Rise and Fall of the Third Stream.
Yeah.
So third stream in terms of a genre, is it a third stream record?
Oh, I don't know what third stream means.
Third stream's like Miles Davis Sketches of Spain. It's like when Gil Evans would bring an orchestra and have Miles in front of it.
Oh no, this is like a. Well, I guess it's a large group.
Kind of a weird title when you really think it through.
It's a large group, but it's not like an orchestrated record.
Third stream, I feel like the fact, Brandon, that someone with a collection like yours is doesn't I feel like, I don't know if that's a great, description of a genre, I guess.
I've never heard, honestly, I had no idea.
How did you not have heard of it?
Was he thinking, how can I parody the Third Reich? I mean, come on.
I think it's when you go to a sporting event.
It sounds like a bunch of
Reich?
It sounds like a bunch of drunk guys peeing on a fence to me. But.
All right.
So this is probably my favorite Chico Hamilton.
Yeah.
So he's on a couple. I forget the other one. He's on another Chico Hamilton too that came around right around the same time.
I have
the title, and I have it somewhere. But I just grabbed a bunch of stuff. But this record is probably my favorite Chico Hamilton, and it's Ernie Hayes, Archie Shepp, Larry Coryell, and Richard Davis.
The Further Adventures of Chico Hamilton.
That's it.
Hey, Mike.
And that one you can still get pretty cheap.
Can you post a link to the store in the chat? Steve's asking.
Oh, it's in the description. If you click on the description, it's the first link. Let me know if it doesn't work. I'll repost it.
I don't know about this. Ron Carter's on the Further Adventures of Chico.
Here's a killer cheap
That's a badass record. I love that record.
This is a badass $10 record. Yeah. Seriously, go buy it. Bobby Jones, Jackie Byard, Charles McPherson on alto, Richard Davis on bass, Mickey Roker on drums, and Bob Donarow on electric piano. This is a kick-ass record.
Yep.
Good to know. So Lon is saying Third Stream is a fusion of jazz and classical.
Yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, like all those Gunther Schuller albums and stuff where they had strings and arrangements with them, those are like considered Third Stream.
Well, maybe because Zawinul came from a classical background, maybe that's why. I don't know.
That's where it came from.
But it doesn't, to me, that doesn't sound anything like Sketches of Spain. So
no,
I don't think MJQ is Third Stream though. Maybe some of the
Discovery, Charles Lloyd. This is my favorite Charles Lloyd. Let's see if I can find the band in here. Eddie, let's see, Don Friedman on piano. I think that's why it is my favorite, because Lloyd plays a lot of stuff where he doesn't have a piano. So Don Friedman is probably one of my favorite piano players. Richard Davis. Eddie Kahn also plays bass on one track. Roy Haynes and J.C. Moss, who I don't know who J.C. Moss is. Anyway, this one is still really affordable too. And if you don't have this Charles Lloyd, I would highly recommend getting it. I think you can still get it for $15.
Cool. I'll have to get that. I like this stuff.
Iron Man, Dolphy.
Yep.
Okay, so for somebody who's just starting to finally be able to explore Dolphy, like how is that in the realm of his stuff? Like I have Out to Lunch. That's it. I've never been that much into sort of out there stuff, starting to explore a bit more. So how would you rank that?
Well, I don't know. This is more out there than Out to Lunch, I guess in a certain way. But to me, Out to Lunch seems like totally melodic and soothing.
Probably tame for you, right? For me, like
there's but the first time I heard Out to Lunch, I got it when I was, was like 30. I don't want to age myself. 35 years ago, I got the CD. And it was a little odd for me when I first got it, but it didn't take me very long to get into it. But this is definitely, I think for the most part, this is more out there in a certain way because it's more spatial. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Rob, isn't that one on the part of the reissue?
Out to Lunch is hard not to like because it's constantly moving and evolving and it's like got a groove to it in a lot of ways. Whereas this has like a lot of dead space and like time for you to kind of go, what's going on? And then, like it gives you time to think. Whereas Out to Lunch just kind of keeps going. And all of a sudden it's done and you feel good, right? This one's a little more contemplative.
Yeah.
You know what, Bill?
Sorry.
Yeah. Bill, there's lots of live albums that are great with Dolphy's live albums.
Yeah.
I go with those.
Oh, okay. So Bill, if Out to Lunch is too much,
it's not. It's just it used to be. Like now I'm into it.
Then he has on New Jazz, Outward Bound, and Far Cry with Booker Little are totally like groovy hard bop records that are just beautiful and awesome, and they would make Out to Lunch seem kind of weird. So it's not like he didn't do records that are like Outward Bound is like a get your clothes ready Friday night record. It's like, it's like, it's like,
is that how you get
totally grooving? Like that record's not weird at all. So,
and Out to Lunch is
music that's not even close to as out there as Out to Lunch. And then he has stuff that's way more out there.
I was going to say both of those records, Bill, are available. Analog Productions, that's part of their Prestige New Jazz reissue series. That whole catalog. And you should grab it while it's in stock for sure.
Yeah, and I think, and also Out to Lunch and Far Cry, I think both have OJCs. I mean, Outward Bound and Far Cry with Booker Little both have OJCs. They were originally.
I was going to say Out to Lunch also, for a Blue Note record, it's kind of outside, but it's not too outside in the sense of like Freddie Hubbard and Bobby Hubbard. Those guys kind of keep him in check in a way in that album.
Yeah.
It's outside, but for Blue Note, it's an outside album.
Well, yeah,
right?
and
But
Bobby
his later
Hutcherson
stuff
is
was
really
way more.
he's pretty melodic on that record.
Yeah,
so it's not
exactly.
like there's not
He's
like
so
a lot of squealing or like there's not like atonal sort of horns on it. It's still very melodic. It's just kind of soundtrack and it's kind of trippy, like a Hitchcock movie or something.
Yeah. What year is Out to Lunch? Is Out to Lunch? I want to guess it's 66.
63.
Yeah,
right?
63 or 64. Right?
64.
64.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a cool record with Mal Waldron as Richard Davis. Here's your cool, like Alfie is the Killer Rollins bargain record that's a soundtrack. This is the Killer Mal Waldron record that's a soundtrack that you can still get for like $30 or $25.
Alfie's not cheap anymore.
That's a great album.
No, it isn't.
Well, Alfie used to be. Okay, it's like what Alfie used to be.
Yeah, and it's hard to find a clean copy.
So Alfie used to be cheap. It's like Napa used to be cool, and now you got to go to Healdsburg. So this is Waldron.
I go to the French Laundry.
Not only that, Dave Burns is on trumpet, and Dave Burns is not on a ton of albums. Dave Burns is a master. George Coleman on alto, Charles Davis on tenor, George Duvivier on bass for a few tracks, and then Richard Davis for bass on the other tracks. So this is a great record to go find. I think you can still find it fairly cheap.
I have mono and stereo version of it.
See, it's so good that Rob has both.
Both. And it's probably like 30 on up. Yeah.
Is it now? Okay.
Yeah, it's going for a little more.
Well, and then I grabbed this because he doesn't do that many CTIs. So.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, I have that. I love that record.
And this is a cool cover too. This is what's his name? Pete. What's his name, Mazzy?
Pete Turner.
Pete Turner. Great photographer that did like half of the CTI covers.
Yeah.
I just grabbed those. I got like the Andrew Hills and the Booker Irvins out and stuff, like sort of if you're going to go through the catalog, but I don't know if we need to or what you want to do, Mike.
Yeah. Well, Chris, can you make, because my computer's messed up, can you make my screen big? Are you able to do that?
You're big.
No, I mean, but my my desktop. If not, I can.
You got to zoom way in, bro.
Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Let me zoom in. Okay, so I do want to call out something as just a point of reference. I think it's kind of interesting. Hold on. Holy shit. Hold on. I'm making my StreamYard screen extremely large instead of my Wikipedia. Okay, here we go. Okay, so what I wanted to point out, this is his discography. So Richard Davis has his own discography page because he has so many titles. So let me just go back to his original. So one thing I just wanted to point out in terms of just anchoring him into a point in time, he was born in 1930. Mm-hmm. Does the panel think that he was born before or after Paul Chambers?
After.
Oh, I would guess, but since it's a trick question, I'm going to say, I mean, he would have to be after. But I'm going to say it's before.
Okay, so Richard Davis, April 1930, Paul Chambers, 1935.
Got it. Oh, yeah.
He's 5 years older than Paul Chambers. And then Ron Carter, he's 7 years older. So, just placing him in history, I mean.
Younger, not older.
Younger, dude. That's how math works.
What? What do you mean?
He's 7 years old.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just ignore that. Sorry. You know what I mean. So
Paul
he's born.
Chambers must have passed away early.
He did. I think I don't want to misspeak, but I think he died pretty young from drugs.
Drugs.
All right. So let's go to his discography. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we do that, let's see where he was born. So born in Chicago, 1930, lived until 2 days ago.
How much did he weigh when he was born, Mike?
1939. He was 6'2", which puts him 0.1 inches below Ron Carter. Just kidding. All right. So anyway, let's go to his discography.
It's huge. It's like 10 pages.
Hold on. So let's go to his page. Sorry, it's taking
forever.
Guys, I'm going to get off and just watch for a while. So.
Okay.
Okay, Mazzy.
All right. I see how it is, Mazzy.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. Shit. That's what I was thinking.
All right, so how do we want this? So this is his leader stuff. His first earliest stuff that he co-led is Heavy Sounds with Elvin Jones.
Let's look at it.
Okay, all right. Just let me know how deep you guys want to go.
Every record, man, like we always do.
All right. Okay, so this was recorded 67, released the following year. It has a nice track length. And yeah, so like in terms of Elvin Jones, I mean, Elvin Jones was, he had a bunch of titles before this. Mm-hmm. But let's look at, so Elvin Jones, Richard Davis, Frank Foster tenor, and Billy Green on piano.
Love Frank Foster.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to find a record of copy of that isn't $100 or more.
Heavy Sounds.
Yeah. So it has a great cover.
Does anybody have it?
No, I don't.
No. Of what album?
Heavy Sounds.
Heavy Sounds.
I have it. Yeah, it's a good one.
So Scott from what is this? From All Music says the music is essentially advanced hard bop, but is not all that essential. How dare you, Scott?
Who said that?
What do you think?
What do you think, Mike? Yeah. Have listened to the record?
I know we don't care about that.
Well, let's let Lastman tell us about the record because he actually owns it.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So what's your impression?
I think it's a great. First of all, I think it's a great record. And I never listen to allmusic.com.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't listen to their reviews because they have random people. Sometimes they have rock reviewers doing jazz albums. They have no idea what they're talking about, and you can see it in their reviews. I think it's a great album. I kind of like. Great.
How would you compare it to Dear John C? Because it's the same label. It's also
similar.
With Elvin Jones.
It's similar kind of sound to it. Yeah,
that's what I figured.
Like, yeah, it's got the similar kind of mood and like sound. I would say, but Frank Foster's playing is really good. I like his tone.
I don't think all music is necessarily very thorough, but I find all music is pretty useful when I'm just like discovering an artist and I'm like in a record store and be like, okay, like what are the couple albums I should be looking out for in this bin? Like if I want to get a taste of this artist.
Oh, for sure. You know what I like about all music is I like the readers' reviews, like the people reading them, like people who know the album well. I read those more than the actual reviewers because these people are really familiar with it, right? So that's what I think all music is really
screw you, Lastman. I'm actually a reviewer for all music.
Well, you know, Scott Yano is often cited in these Wikipedia pages, and I really, you know, I mean, the star rating for all music, I don't think is as important as if they quote him actually saying something interesting about the record. Mm-hmm. You know, like qualitative, like description or something would be helpful. But also then, you know, a lot of times I could stream it too, and I just kind of go back and forth. So I do like to hear people's opinions, but yeah, it doesn't matter. Like if I like it, I don't care what.
Plus, when you go to Wikipedia, they'll put like 4 or 3 different review guides, and you kind of can average it out yourself. But often I find they're all wrong. You listen to it, and it sounds like a really good album to me. You know,
I found they don't really do a lot of jazz, but I found for modern rock and just all the various, you know, stuff like that that's current or the last 10 years, I found this website called SputnikMusic.com is one of the best resource for user reviews I've ever seen, because they do it basically combines all the user reviews and gives average scores per album. And if you're looking at something like a rock band from the last 20 years, it's really thorough.
Well, that's good to know.
Yeah, because we're buying rock band records from the last 20 years. All of us old birds.
He just told you to shut up.
I didn't tell him to shut up. No, I want newer shit too. It's not just.
I've definitely been to that website before.
Yeah, I find it's really useful for there's some black metal that I like, but it's not a genre that I'm like an expert in. And so if I want to see okay, what's going on in extreme music now, I'll look at the top metal releases of the year on that website.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Cool.
Speaking of things that Michael is a expert in, I picked up this. This is the
Heiting
Trios Nocturnes, which I did some one of the things I like about classical is I like to kind of research about the album. So apparently the Nocturnes there was an artist, James McNeill Whistler, who painted this, and the Nocturnes, he was an impressionist painter. The Nocturnes are an impressionist version of their music, and Michael, correct me, that's totally wrong.
He did the famous Whistler's Mother with his mother sitting in the rocking chair.
Okay, all right. I don't know that, but
his most famous painting.
This is on Philips, and it's a super clean copy. It sounds good. And then just not to get on classical too much, but I picked this up because
we can. I'm here for it.
Audiophile recommended this as I think it was a top 10 things that aren't too expensive. But it's this Rossini, and he wrote this when he was 12 years old, and it's a string sonatas, Academy of St. Martin in the Fields, directed by Neville Mariner on Argo, which is a Decca.
And it's Decca. So I think Argo was actually produced by Decca, but there's a couple other. So Argo was produced by Decca and pressed by Decca, and then there's also L'Oiseau Lyre, which originally was just pressed by Decca. It was its own company, and they did a lot of French music, but then Decca bought them in the late 70s.
Okay, got it.
Did I fall asleep or we stopped talking about Richard Davis?
People need to get in the classic, man. It is between
what happened?
If people who are watching don't sub up to Poetry on Plastic, he goes into the pressing details. It's so interesting. And then also Audiophilia is also another channel I like too.
Yes, my forlorn lover, Audiophilia. But I got something cool in the mail today.
What'd you get? Okay.
What is that?
You have to tell us why it's cool, Michael.
Yes, this is a jazz show.
It's not evident.
So this is a very famous Mercury Living Presence recording. It's kind of classical, but it's not really. It's because it's balalaika music. So the Mercury Living Presence mobile recording team in the 60s went to the Soviet Union and did some recordings of some orchestral music, but then also this balalaika orchestra, which is a traditional Russian instrument. And the sound they were able to get on these Mercuries, even the original pressings, was incredible. But this is a 45 RPM Classic Records single-sided pressing.
How many? Is it a 4-disc?
Yeah, four disc single-sided.
Nice.
Now, Michael, can you go into telling us why that is good or why it might be bad?
Why? What? What about it? What aspect?
45 one-sided, that sort of thing.
Well, I think the one-sided thing is a little bit of bullshit. I mean, it might in theory be better than having a two-sided record, but that was Classic Records thing, and I don't think anyone else does that now, except for some reason Tool did that for their box set. I don't know why.
Well,
but
I just picked up a Lou Reed. They didn't have enough music, so one side they usually do the etching thing.
Oh yeah, well that's cool. But I'm talking about this should have been a 2 LP 45 set, and they made it a 4. Yeah, it's kind of dumb. But
it adds nothing sonically to the record.
In theory, it could, and Michael Hobson has talked about this, but I don't know if I buy his theory. But I do think
it just seems like you'd have to have such a sensitive setup, which
you'd have to have a crazy turntable.
My system, I feel like I don't think it would be able to extract.
Right, because in theory, that side won't vibrate because it's
well. If you want to see a crazy turntable, I'll see if I can turn my computer around. So some gentlemen from Axis Audio were at my apartment today to set up a turntable I have for review with the Absolute Sound, and it's an
espresso machine.
So well, it's a turntable company called Reed. I don't know if anyone's heard of Reed Audio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's the Reed 1C turntable. You can maybe look it up if you want. It's an idler wheel drive turntable. And then it has the 5T tone arm, which is a tangential tracking laser aligned battery powered tone arm. However, they were missing a part, they realized as they were setting it up. So it's getting overnighted from Memphis right now. And they're going to come by and finish the setup tomorrow. But I'll try to not disconnect my microphone and show you guys.
Let's see this thing.
So the tone arm's not on it yet, but you see those boxes to the left of it is one of those is the battery charger for the tone arm, and the other is the power supply for the table.
Mm-hmm.
Where's
the tone arm?
Is there a speed control?
Yeah, it's you can see there's buttons on the pins for speed control. So the interesting thing is the tone arm has to have power. It's because it's essentially a motorized tone arm because it has to tangentially track the groove. So the tone arm has to adjust itself depending on where in the axis of the record it is. But to have a power supply on there taking current would be you have that too close to the cartridge, too close to the pickup, too close to the tone arm cables, and you get interference and feedback. So it's battery powered, and the battery pack the tone arm has 2 batteries in it, and then one of those boxes, while one battery is engaged in the tone arm is working on the tone arm, the other battery is charging. And then when that battery gets low, you hit the switch button and it switches batteries that it's using and it charges the other battery.
That's pretty cool.
Do you think that adds a lot of ambient sound going on that could cause?
I don't know. I'm going to find out. I mean, the idea is that the battery power gets rid of that problem with traditional tangential tracking tone arms, where the tone arm has a motor in it, because there is the possibility of interference with that. But that's why they use the battery pack in theory.
So Mike, between like a regular tone arm and a linear tracking tone arm, where does it stand on?
What do you mean?
I mean, there's like this linear tracking that go like really straight on the record, and the regular tone arms that we use, they go.
Yes, it's tangential, so it's not a linear tracker where it like a linear tracker, the tone arm is like on a track and it moves like this.
Yes, yeah.
A tangential moves like a regular tone arm. It's just it changes its axis with the record.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? You can look at Michael Fremer reviewed this table in tone arm like 2 or 3 years ago. Let me find the review. It was back when he was with Stereophile.
Yeah. Michael, do you have strong opinions about that in terms of what your preference is? Because I know isn't there like a 9-inch tone arm, 12-inch tone arm, just regular tracking, and then there's this linear one. Are they all kind of good in their own way?
I think every type has ups and downs, right? Plus and minuses.
Yeah, it's really more about the execution, in my opinion. Some people swear by, like I know Patrick, for instance, swears by linear tracking. But I've heard some linear tracking tables that don't necessarily like they solve the tracking issue, but they introduce other issues. And so there's always a trade-off in whatever technology you want to choose. Yeah. Like KL Audio is another company that does a tangential tracking tone arm like this. And I remember hearing, Rob, you were there. I remember hearing that turntable and tone arm at Pacific Audio, and I didn't like the sound. So I linked did it go through? I linked
for you, I guess.
What now?
I linked Rob, I was saying, you heard that KL Audio turntable and tone arm at Pacific, and I don't think it sounded very good. Did you?
It was so much going on where they were playing digital. Most of the rooms were playing digital source music, but I mean, I'm not advanced enough to know that the tone arm related to the turntable didn't sound good, or was it the speakers, or was the amp and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's true.
To me, it was like a lot going on in each room to make the sound, and it seemed like it was the speakers that were there to do the heavy lifting.
Yeah, but this is probably the most. I would say this is the most high-end piece of equipment I've ever reviewed. So it's gonna be a challenge, because like it's probably gonna sound good, but it's like, you know, I don't necessarily have a lot of references, because it's a $21,000 tone arm.
Is the
That's
plinth,
awesome.
Is that plinth solid wood? Is the plinth wood?
Yes, so it's actually a cool design. It's layered. They were telling me about this. It's layered veneer. So instead of being MDF with a veneer on the outside, it's sandwiched veneer.
So it's
kind of the way, like, sorry.
It's not one piece of wood. It's
no.
Yeah.
So it's 20 for a tone arm. What about the table itself?
The table is 15, I think. It's an idler wheel drive table, so it has 2 idler wheels underneath the platter that spin the sub platter.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's good.
Yeah,
Looking
it's
forward to the review.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I'm excited to play a bunch of stuff that's been like difficult to track, like for instance that Brahms record, because I was showing that to the guys from Reed, that second piano concerto where the groove is cut all the way to the label, and they're just like, that groove is so tight. I don't know if any turntable could track that. So we're gonna see if this one can.
That's cool.
Interesting.
And can it take in the cart?
Yeah. They brought their own cartridge. It's the Reed. No, it's a different brand. They brought their own cartridge, but one of the guys from the company lives here in LA, and at some point I'm going to call him up, and he's going to help me put my cart on, so I can review with 2 different carts.
That'd be so cool.
Are you going to try mono versus in stereo, or just 2 different cards?
No, I'm gonna try it with my Hana Umami.
Yeah.
Which it feels weird to be like, yeah, the Umami is good. It's like the nicest cart I've ever had hands-on experience with, but it's going to be like the poor man out in this setup.
So
I'm sorry. I feel like I just made everyone really quiet talking about this.
No,
it's interesting.
I'm a gearhead too, Mike. So I just don't get too much into there. But who else got the schizophrenia this week, or the pattern one? I haven't got any tone points
I got
yet.
that. Yeah, both of those. Yeah,
it's good.
I literally
How you guys
picked them up
it?
about half an hour before this show went live. I just drove back home from the record store and then hopped on here. Haven't even opened them yet.
I haven't got my.
I listened to it a couple times this week. It's I find it much more open, and it just sounds better than my original. I mean, it sounds. Sorry, I should say it sounds different, right? Like it sounds like audiophile kind of tone poet, but I think it sounds great.
For both, Mark, or any specific one?
Sorry. Oh.
Do you mean any specific one, or for both?
For schizophrenia, right?
Yeah.
Talking about schizophrenia. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. I got it too. I've listened to it.
No picture of Curtis Fuller on the inside. It's got 2 pictures of Wayne, and then Joe Chambers, Ron Carter, and Herbie.
Trombone gets no love.
Yeah,
True.
come on.
Curtis, man.
That's awesome.
This one is good
There
too.
must not have been one. I'm sure they would have included it. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
That's okay. I got this one yesterday.
That's a really good one. I like it.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that it has. I mean, I thought it was a trio because it's got, Big John Patton on organ, obviously Grant Green, Otis Candy on drums, but it's got Bobby Hutcherson on it too.
Yeah.
Which is fucking awesome, man. So it's like organ and
what is the catalog number, Chris?
4239. Yeah, that's great. So I feel like the last few sets of tone poets have really been good. I mean, not that they're not all good, but I mean, there's ones you like more than others. So,
I haven't bought anything from Blue Note in a while, except for I did get the new reissue of Unit Structures, which I think sounds really good.
Nice.
I'm so happy that's finally in print because there was no version of that. The only audiophile version of that was the King Records Japanese press. And I tried to buy that one time, and the seller sent me the Toshiba, and I was pissed.
Oh, right.
I picked up an OG of that recently, and the OG sounds great. So.
Yeah, I have.
But the only other... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. I'm just pulling records.
I think I'm the only person, apparently, whose brain just explodes when I try to listen to that album.
Which one?
Unit Structures. It sounds like a bunch of people just randomly playing different instruments and not listening to it.
Oh, yeah.
Can I just... So... I like listening to Unit Structures and Ascension when I'm working. I just feel like the chaos. I'm able. It almost like.
Interesting.
I don't know why. I just like to listen.
Yeah,
to
I was filing records.
I can listen to those.
I love Ascension, but I don't love Unit Structures. But I love Conquistador.
Conquistador is great.
I need a copy of that.
Yeah. Oh.
And it has nothing to do with how out there it is at all. It just doesn't do it for me. But I love, it's not that I don't like Cecil Taylor. I love him. So, and I mean, Ascension is one of my favorite records. So
yeah, here's the Conquistador.
Yeah,
I love that record.
That is really good. But I kind of growing into structures kind of burns out too.
Yeah, I try. I mean, I have it, so I give it a shot every once in a while.
Yeah.
The only other jazz record I got recently is they finally got this back in stock. I mean, I might have showed this at one time before, but you guys, of course, know this, right?
Oh, that's really good.
Yeah, so they finally got the 45 back in stock at Acoustic Sounds, and this is
okay.
Because the normal one is a 2LP 33, so this is a 4LP 45, and it sounds stupid good. It's so this is one of the best sounding albums.
I'll have to check that out. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah. This is how much? I want to say I think this is 130. I think
something like that. Yeah,
but it's 4 discs. So I mean,
it's like a demo record. I went over to Jim's setup and he played that. It's like how all live albums should sound.
Did you like?
What's weird is it's a live album and it's digital.
Yeah, but it's not.
But it sounds good.
It's not single-sided, so forget it.
Yeah.
What were you gonna bash me with, Chris? What were you saying?
I forgot because I was bashing the record instead. I don't know.
Oh, you don't like it?
It's no. I have no idea. I was asking Rob if he liked the music. He said it was like a demo record. But did you like the music?
No, the music's great because he's a different kind of. There's a lot of African style music in his jazz, so it's
African jazz,
Afro jazz, but it's a very dynamic, lively kind of live play. That's the kind of guy.
But then we come to the question: isn't jazz an African music?
Well, no, I believe I think jazz is an African American music because it comes directly from it is American in origin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how I think Hugh Masekela came to the U.S. to have the beginning of his success, right, Mark? I mean, a lot of his early stuff.
I think he was heavily censored in South Africa for a long time.
But a lot of the stuff he did in the U.S. is on U.S. I mean, he did stuff here, but
it's 135. I just dropped the link if anybody's interested in checking it out.
Cool.
I'm interested in getting the 33 version at least, but
I want to get the Starker. That Starker came back, and it's that same 45 treatment. But I have the
what is that, $700?
I have the Speaker's Corner one, which I really like. I think it's Speaker's Corner. The Starker.
The Speaker's Corner is like $99.
It's really
but the I have both, in the Analog Productions. Trust me, is worth the extra. Like, what is it, $50?
Don't tell me that.
I know it is. That is one of the best acoustic acoustically, albums of acoustic instruments that I've ever heard in my life.
Well, here's the funny. I wanted to get it. I went to Michael's place. He played it for me, and I went, "Is that dude humming as he's playing? That's how good it is." And he's like, I didn't realize he hummed that much during the performance.
Yeah,
but it is really good.
All right, should we go back?
Well, you just killed it for Mike because it's like it might as well be a Keith Jarrett recognize.
Yeah. Do you hear the humming on your Speaker's Corner, Mike?
Yeah. It's been a while since I played that record, but no, it's so just. The best Mercuries have always been like insanely transparent, and that, like with the AP45, is just like the transparency and immediacy is just like dialed up to 11.
He's in the room with you.
Yeah. You're talking about African music. Do you guys know this record?
No, I can't see it.
Can't see the
Tenari Then.
Oh yeah, they're amazing.
Yeah, and this one sounds really good.
Mm-hmm.
Amajar. Willie Nelson's son plays on this.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Everybody should have any record by them. It's amazing.
Yeah. I think this one in particular, though, I really enjoy, and I think it sounds really good.
Mm-hmm.
For people that don't know, Tenari Then are like they're a group of kind of crossover musicians that have their roots in. They're from an ethnic group in North Africa.
They're Tuaregs.
Tuareg, yeah, and they're scattered across a couple countries, but they're nomadic people. And Tanari then play a version of traditional Tuareg tribal music with like a little bit of electric modern influence. Like there's like electric guitars and like they collaborate with a lot of modern artists. They record now because they had to flee. They were refugees from Mali. They had to flee from Boko Haram. And they ended up recording a lot of their albums in Death Valley in the US.
Yeah. Spot on, Mike. That's it. I mean, those guys are amazing.
I was trying to figure out how you go from North Africa to having Willie Nelson's son in the band. So that's a little.
Well, they've been popular since the 90s. So they have a lot of, I mean, it's kind of like the, Peter Gabriel thing where like Peter Gabriel was working with like world music artists. It's that same kind of thing where if you're a big world music artist, a lot of different artists want to collaborate with you.
Awesome. Another thing to check out.
Do you want me to start showing the Kabillion albums I picked up this week?
No.
Yes, we only showed one fucking Richard Davis.
Yes. Yeah,
no,
we got
Mike has 2 weeks of records. Mike has 2 weeks of records. It's gonna take 3 hours now.
Yeah, we got 3 hours to go, bro.
All right.
I've got some to show too.
Because I think the thing is, it's just surprising how many records. I mean, we already showed a bunch that he's on, but like, it is surprising. Like when I was going through my Discogs and
can you do a better transition back to the main subject that somehow we changed?
I thought that was pretty simple.
I yelled at everyone, and then now we're transitioning back to the main subject.
Thank you. That's right.
Yeah.
I don't call Chris the
production numbers.
The shit.
Okay. So we looked at heavy sounds, muses for Richard Davis. Rob, you showed this, right?
Oh yeah. This is
the original cover. Okay, so hold on. This is the original cover. This is 1969, released in 70. Let's see. They don't have the other alternative covers, but you have Richard Davis with Freddie Hubbard, Jimmy Knepper, Jerry Dagian, Eddie Daniels, Pepper Adams, Roland Hanna, and Louis Hayes.
Yeah, dude. That's a great record.
That's kick-ass.
We already spoke about Philosophy of the Spiritual. This is originally on Cobblestone. Then I think Muse basically bought Cobblestone and reissued a lot of the Cobblestone stuff.
Yeah. Click the link, bro.
All right. Here we go.
Don't be like that, man. The man died. Come on. Have some respect.
I know. This is with Chick Corea, which is pretty great. Bill Lee, Sam Brown, Sonny Brown, Frankie Dunlop. Even though it's called Philosophy of the Spiritual and it's from 71, this isn't like a Karma level spiritual, like Alice Coltrane level spiritual. It's pretty like,
but it has its passage. It has its passages.
It does, yeah, but it's not too crazy. And I highly recommend that whichever copy you get.
Who's on it?
It's very mellow. It's kind of mellow.
I just went through the lineup.
Oh, huh?
Hold on, I'll go back down. Chick Corea.
Right. Yeah, so Chick Corea, that's badass. Bill Lee is awesome. He probably wrote some of the songs, possibly.
Yeah, so compositions by Bill Lee, except as indicated.
Oh,
so,
look at the brain on Brad over here, man. Nice.
Yeah, nice.
I'll listen to notes and tones and learn things.
The next one doesn't have an entry. It's Apostrophe on Black and Blue.
Epistrophe, man. Come on.
Epistrophe. I'm sorry. Epistrophe. Apostrophe. I'm thinking of the
symbol.
No, they're reissuing the Frank Zappa record.
Oh, okay.
So Mike, just as a reminder, Bill Lee was the father of Spike Lee.
That's right.
Huh. Okay.
They had a huge feud. Anyway,
so that's on Black and Blue, which I'm not too familiar with. But it looks like I have clicked into this before.
How do they not have an entry for Now's the Time? That's
it's a French label, Black and Blue.
Nice.
Next is Now's the Time, Muse. Then Epistrophe plus Now's the Time, Muse.
Yes.
Then we have.
Quit skipping.
Okay. All right. I just want to. It's all right. So for this, it's Richard Davis, Marvin Peterson, Cliff Jordan, Joe Bonner, and Freddie Waits.
Right. Yeah. And Rob has that one. Isn't that record's half live, right? Is that am I remembering that right? It's like half live and half studio.
It doesn't say that here. So Wikipedia is pretty much 100% right all the time.
Oh yeah.
All right.
That's probably the most
Rob's
sought
not
after.
even around to answer it.
Rob's gone. Hang on, I want to talk about that record real quick.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to go back, but so that's probably his most sought after record, right?
No,
or at least it is by me.
No,
No,
I don't think so.
probably Dylan.
The other
already have that.
His most sought after record is this one. Is Dylan.
Okay, that's what. Yeah.
And how
That's
much is it?
Okay.
What would be a good price on that, Rob, for like the VG Plus copy?
I think it's like $60 on up, but it goes for money.
Yeah,
Okay.
I see it anywhere from a mint, like clean copies are 90 to 100, and VG pluses are 50 to 60.
Yeah,
I think I paid kind of cheap for my copy.
Look, All Music gave it 3 stars. Those
They're
bastards.
You know what it is?
Look who's on here.
It's a deceiving record because it's kind of a funky up record, where I thought most of his stuff was a little more not avant-garde, but somber.
So this still has Clifford Jordan and Freddie Waits, but then they swap in a guitar, David Spinoza, a trumpet, Marvin Peter. Oh no, Marvin Peterson was on the last one too, and then Paul Griffin on piano, an electric piano, and clavinet.
He also plays cowbell, which is
Hey,
that's like common for like the horns to like pick up.
You're gonna need it. You're gonna need it.
Yeah.
Right.
Double cowbell.
And what do they do? I wonder what he plays that on. I'd be curious.
Don't feel the Reaper.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, not Night in Tunisia. What's the Caravan? I think like when Blakey does Caravan, like all the even the piano, they all pick up like percussion instruments. And
I think it's Shorter that plays cowbell.
That's probably. I think Bobby Timmons played cowbell when they played in Paris. I remember seeing that.
Because there's a live thing of it, and I think Morgan is playing claves. Like he's got the clave sticks.
Okay.
Because they both start like it's just the beginning, right? And then they got to drop it.
And then there's another point like towards the end. But Bobby Timmons, when he's playing the cowbell, he's like he's hitting it, but then he also throws it up and hits it so it can ring, and then he grabs it.
Oh, that's
It's
awesome.
kind of cool to watch. But anyway, all right, let's move on.
He tosses it behind his back like Tom Cruise in Cocktail.
Well, the point is, it's not. It's
actually, you know what, Mike? I was like, a long time I would listen to it, and I was like, who's playing? Like, who's playing what? Like, I always wanted to know, and then I finally saw a live session.
Everything. I didn't realize the other musicians picked up stuff. Michael,
I really wanted to know like what the horn players were playing at the beginning. So
would that ever happen? Would that ever happen in like a classical thing where like you'd put down like your main instrument, oboe or whatever, and pick up something else to like plays a percussion piece?
Is someone chewing?
Probably.
It's probably Felipe.
Cooking.
This is like Checksmith.
No, sorry.
No, it's all good.
My mic was off. Sorry.
So like, I mean, every instrument has instruments they're expected to double on. So like oboists are expected to play English horn. Clarinetists are usually expected to play a couple different clarinets because like oftentimes in a symphony it'll be written for like B flat clarinet and A clarinet, and depending on when you're playing it, you switch. Trumpets the same way. But in terms of like playing a percussion instrument or something like that, I mean, I've done things like that before. Like I remember in undergrad we played this piece by Schwartner, and in addition to playing our instrument, we had to play tuned water glasses with rings.
Yeah.
Cool. Things like that. I'm trying to think of other examples. I mean, it's something you encounter in like new music a lot. Like sometimes I've played new music pieces where the entire piece, I'm not actually playing oboe. I'm blowing air into my instrument and hitting keys.
Oh, right. Okay.
Dumb. I think that's kind of dumb shit, but
Mike, I picked up this Tubby Hayes album, and on the same song, he plays saxophone and vibraphone. So that's what he's doing on this record.
That's cool.
At the same time?
No.
He's not doing well. Roland Kirk played 3 different things at the same time, but I'm just saying on the same song.
Treadgill as well.
He's playing 2 different instruments on the same song on this.
Mark, thoughts
on
multi-instrumentalist?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking classical. I went off of that. I kind of went off into.
All right, well, hold on. We can go back.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Roland Kirk sometimes puts 3 horns in his mouth.
Yeah, for sure.
I just said that, Brett.
Yeah.
You wake up when we're talking, please.
You said Roland Kirk? Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, Treadgill as well. Treadgill as
So
well.
we went through Dylan. We have songs.
I think Steve Turre does that too.
Songs for Wounded Knee on Flying Dutchman, which I'm not familiar with.
Hang on.
Does anybody have that?
No, but it's got Richard Davis, obviously, Jack DeJohnette on drums, and then Joe Beck on guitar. So it's a guitar trio record. It sounds pretty cool.
Is it? I mean,
I've seen it. I should grab it next time I see it.
When these albums don't have a Wikipedia entry, does that look like it was hard to get, Chris, when you looked at it?
No, you can get it for like $20 on Discogs.
All right.
In near mint, no. I mean, it's $30-$40 probably.
Yeah, I have that record. It's excellent.
Yeah, you talk about it's him and a piano.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I've never seen this one before.
Cool.
I need to grab that.
Oh, look, so they do Monk, all blues, Miles Davis, and a Kenny Dorham. That's cool.
Cool.
Oh yeah, Blue Bossa, you know that one.
Is that off of whatever it's called?
Trompeta Toccata? Yes.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Richard Davis plays on that record, right?
Yes.
Oh, right.
Trompeta Toccata, yes. No, Trompeta Toccata.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. Harvest. This one I've seen before, definitely. I think
that one's great.
Yeah.
I really think it's really good. It is short.
So here we have James Spaulding on alto, Ted Dunbar guitar. So Richard Davis plays with guitar players a lot.
Oh yeah.
Billy Lee, and then Billy Hart or Freddie Waits on drums.
What about Consuelo?
And Consuelo Moore on piano, which is cool.
It's really good. I think all 3 of those, Dylan, Philosophy of the Spiritual, which actually is on Cobblestone, and then Harvest have a pretty similar feel. They get funky, but they're also pretty sweet and spiritual sounding.
This lineup looks great on this next one.
Yeah. I've looked for that record. I've tried to find that.
With Stanley Cowell on piano. And what year? Sorry, what year is this? So this is 70, recorded 77, released 80. So, okay. So you got Stanley Cowell, Joe Henderson.
Yeah.
Eddie Henderson, trumpet.
Billy Cobham.
And then Billy Cobham, yeah. And then Dolly Hirata.
Japanese.
It's a great personnel lineup, but it's an okay album. Like, it's very poppy.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're doing some standards here. I'm Old Fashioned, which is a great song.
Yeah, I streamed it and I was like, okay.
Oh.
It wasn't like I got really excited about the lineup and then I streamed it.
Okay. Good to know.
I was less excited after I streamed it.
Yeah.
All right. So now we're moving from Muse to his first Galaxy. And Galaxy is what is Galaxy? Isn't it like a Riverside or something? Like who?
It's basically contemporaries.
Yeah, it's all the contemporary guys.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's Art Pepper, Roy Haynes,
Red Garland.
Just give them $3, Mike.
I'll give him that. Okay, so this one also has Joe Henderson and Stanley Cowell, Billy Cobham, Dolly Hirata, Bill Lee, arranger conductor. So that's fancy.
Yeah, he does it on a lot of them because
it's right here.
That's Spike Lee's father.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
So
and didn't he have that strategy?
Same session? Is that the same session?
It may be. I don't know.
Which is more different tracks.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah, this one, The Descendants of Mike and Phoebe.
I have that.
Yeah, that's like 1,000. That maybe not 1,000, but it's up there for that.
It's like 150.
You can get a pure pleasure.
It's way more than that now.
Yeah,
way more.
I have an
It's
original.
like $1 million.
I have an OG of the Descendants Speak, and I bought it for $10.
Yeah,
I only know the other
It's crazy.
Descendants.
That's fair. There, the other Descendants being the punk rock band.
Yes.
Yeah. I've seen.
Chris, don't you have like a reissue of that?
Of what?
Mike and Phoebe?
Yes, I do. I just said that. It's on Pure Pleasure. It's like $50. It sounds good. I mean, it's good.
Great album.
It's very different from the rest of the
Very
You know what I recently got from Pure Pleasure?
you
Is this guy. I don't know why I never had any of these records, but
Hold on.
Who is it?
Ken Heath. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
with Canned Heat. Yeah, on the road again. Yeah, I didn't know there was a Pure Pleasure version of this, but
That's cool. I got some Canned Heat stuff.
the only Canned Heat I have.
Very cool. All right, this is a slow walk. We're powering through. So our next one is
just his lead records. We got like 150 records to look at. Easy.
Yeah, I'm just keeping the energy
Prepare
up.
yourself, man.
Keeping that energy up.
I'll help when we get to Andrew Hill. I'll plow through it.
Okay, so we got and so now he's moving to Steeplechase. He has a couple records, at least two, it looks like. Divine, Gemini, and Tenderness, both with Walt Dickerson. And I think these are duos. Let me double check.
Both are excellent.
Mm-hmm. I've seen this one. The other one, I don't think I've actually seen up for sale. But yeah, they are duos.
Yeah, I have
So
Tenderness.
Vibe and bass. That's cool.
I don't have the Gemini, but I have the Tenderness one.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with this cover. So you got two of those on Steeplechase. That's pretty. I do like when they do duos on. Like Steeplechase is kind of known for like. I have an Archie Shepp with like Neil Hennings, Orson Peterson, and there's the Archie Shepp with what's the spiritual one with Horace Parlan.
Yeah, you'll like
it's
you'll
two
like the
records.
Body and Soul one, Mike.
Yeah,
I have
There's
that
a lot
one.
of. There's like quite a. There's the Kenny Drew, Niels Henning.
Yeah.
Duos.
So okay, so he does some duos on Steeplechase, which is pretty awesome. We have Cauldron on Corvo. Don't know that.
Nope.
And then Persia, My Dear on DIW, which I don't have any DIW stuff.
That's Japanese.
I know they have a lot of good stuff, I think. So this is with Sir Roland Hanna. So okay, and then Freddie Waits, or Fred. I guess that's a different person. Is that the same person? Freddie, yeah, Freddie.
Yeah,
Waits.
same
Freddie
one.
I don't know why they removed the S from the entry.
They just it's
Wikipedia is 100% correct all the time. So
Of course.
Well,
Fair and balanced.
okay, let's keep going.
Honestly, though, like if I'm reading about a contentious subject, probably Wikipedia is my best bet.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because you think it's moderated well?
Yeah,
Should it
I
be
think
contentious?
especially on hot topic articles, I think the moderation on Wikipedia and who they let in be contributors and like the evidence required for citations is better than some journals.
That's fair. I mean, I love Wikipedia. I didn't mean to disparage it. And I do like.
No, I'm just a Wikipedia simp. That's all.
I do like ChatGPT too, but sometimes I've asked it for like lineups of records, and it's completely wrong.
Oh, it's a total crap. It's a total crapshoot.
Absolutely wrong. Different people. It's just awful. So it has a little bit.
We've been using ChatGPT at work a lot, and one of the hardest things to get it to do is not hallucinate. That's what they call it. It just makes shit up.
Yeah,
like it'll just make shit up. So
Mike, what beer are you enjoying this evening?
Oh, I just got a Brooklyn Lager. Nothing special.
Oh, nice.
I mean, not that this isn't special, but it's nothing rare or whatever. What are you drinking?
I highly suggest
New Belgium Tripel.
See, that's what you're supposed to be drinking. That's good shit right there, dude. Tripel is amazing. I love Tripel.
Yeah, it's. I was wondering. I'm like, why is this hitting me hard? And I look down, and it's 8.5%. I'm like, yep, that's.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
It's like it's It's all those Montreal beers that I miss, because like in Montreal, like people, like the everyday beer people drink is like either red ales or tripels. Like half the beers you get in Montreal are tripels, and people drink them like normal beers in the rest of the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I haven't, I used to drink those in grad school. I used to drink, what was it? It was
Le Fin du Monde.
Le Fin du Monde.
Le Fin du Monde is great, yeah.
Another one with the elephants on it.
Yes, dude. That was great.
What's the name of it?
Delirium Tremens. Delirium
Tremens.
Oh, the Belgian one. With like the
yeah.
gnomes.
Yeah.
No, not the gnomes, but that one's good too. That one's good too.
The elephant one, how's it called?
It's like
Delirium Tremens.
Delirium Tremens. He got it right. Chris got it right.
What's the name of the stream too? Felipe doesn't like
9%.
All right. Powering on.
If you drink 2 of those big ones, you'll be set, bro.
Guys, we're just halfway through his lead sessions.
Let's move it. Move on.
Show you guys something. This is his sidemen work. I'm just going to quickly. This is what we have in front of us. So we need to move it.
Through it.
Wait. Okay, maybe it's just because I joined late. But why are we doing this?
Because he died.
He passed away.
Oh, okay. So that's that's the context I was lacking.
On Wednesday, and
he passed away.
He's
Wednesday.
such a giant.
So are we doing another one of these for Jimmy Buffett?
Well, not the
we
jazz.
already did it.
But yes, rest in peace, Jimmy Buffett.
We did it in our hearts.
Only for Jimmy Buffett's jaz albums.
How big is Jimmy Buffett's discography, do you think?
I think it's pretty big.
Oh yeah.
Let's look it up.
Hey, everyone! We're transitioning yet again.
No, we're not. Let's just quickly see.
You need to focus.
You know what? Variety is the spice of life.
No.
Thank you.
So Mike, as you're in academia as well, it's in supplemental material.
Yeah.
It's not the main article.
This is bonus content.
We have multiple hamburgers here.
It's the DLC. We're in the DLC now.
Yeah.
Okay. Jimmy, so he does have his own discography site. Okay, so album. So 32 studio, 11 pumps, 14 live, which doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah.
I would think that might even be higher in the future. I mean, definitely in the future. And then 67 singles. So
does this mean we're done with Richard Davis?
No, we're doing it.
Now, if they played on the same album together, that would be.
It's all right. They're gonna both be on a hologram stage together at Coachella this year.
Yeah. Okay.
Been interesting.
So where do we stop? So we did the Persia, My Dear. Then we have one for Frederick on HEP.
Well, it said Herp.
No, it's HEP. HEP Cat.
Herp. Is that any record?
And who would Frederick be? What is the reference here? Do we know?
Frederick Douglass? I don't know.
I don't know. This is also we are moving now. Like there's a big jump here. So Cauldron. So first of all, his steeplechase was 77. Then he put something out on Cauldron, and then it jumps to 87. So there's a big jump here.
So Mike, a very important piece of history. That in 77, he stops like performing regularly. He goes to Wisconsin and become a professor.
Okay, that makes sense.
And he did it to his last day.
Did he teach at UW-Madison?
Yes, he was a professor there. If you go there, Mike, there's some really cool videos on local news and university itself on his classes, teaching, talking to the students. It's really cool. It's really good.
Yeah, here. So after living in New York City for 23 years, he moved to Wisconsin. In 77, became professor at Madison, teaching bass, jazz history, improvisation. His former students include William Parker, David Ephros, Sander Ostlund, I don't know these people, and then Carl E.H. Segfried.
Well, William Parker, I know him.
Yeah.
So he became a professor. He became a PhD emeritus. I mean, he has a big career afterwards in teaching, pretty much.
That's great.
He was in hospice for 2 years. That sucks.
Yeah, I mean, he became an advocate as well. I mean, he in '93 he started what was it called? I forgot the exact name, but he has his foundation for young bassists. Then he started another foundation for equality in race and social status, everything. This guy was amazing. It's all over the place. Yeah.
And he lived a great long life. All right, so let's pick it up. So 1989, Body and Soul on I Say Enja. And the reason why I say Enja is we interviewed Joe Harley, and he has produced records for Enja, and that's what he was saying. And I know a lot of people say Enya, but I say Enja, and I just want to say that just to show I'm not totally
You said it like 10 times on these live streams. It's fine.
What do they say? It's from Germany, right?
Okay. I was thinking you were talking about
Sail
like the 90s singer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
That's why I say
it's just like saying Gas Gilberto, right?
Well, that's fair. But if somebody, if there's like a definitive way to say it, I'm happy to adopt that. But that's what I've been saying, so I'm just going to stick with it. So anyway,
what do they say in Germany?
Enya, for sure.
Enya.
Yeah.
I've heard people say Enya as well.
So J has the sound of an I. That's it.
Yeah.
Like yawn.
Yeah, exactly.
Which I'm doing right now.
Nice. Does anyone else have strong opinions on the pronunciation of this label? If not, we can move on.
Let's go for the releases. Yeah, that's what matters.
Okay, all right. So on this label, we have it's 54 minutes. That's pretty long, I would think.
Yeah, it is.
That's a nice long track.
So you got a 12.5-minute track, a 17-minute track. They do Body and Soul, nice long version.
Yeah, but was it released only on CD or
and then
it's Pure Pleasure put it out a few years ago on vinyl. It's still available.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Oh, there's Archie Shepp again.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, this has to be badass with just Archie Shepp and him. That's got to be good.
And
it's a great album.
2 Monk tunes as well. Very cool.
It kind of reminds me of the duo Archie Shepp did with Jason Moran.
Archie Shepp, I got to check that out. I didn't realize they worked together.
Oh, it's incredible.
Very cool. Yeah, I haven't really dove into Jason Moran's. I have we've spoken about this, the Thanksgiving double LP.
Yeah.
And there's plenty of stuff. And then I think Felipe and Chris just got his newest one.
I got it too this week. It just came in.
Yeah.
It's great.
Okay. Next one. We have a reference, I'm assuming, Clifford Brown, given I remember Clifford as a famous Clifford Brown memorial.
I think it's about the big red dog.
About a big red dog.
That's fair. Okay.
Rob beat me to it.
Then we have 94. He's live at Sweet Basil Evidence.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay. And then how do you pronounce this? I know that's a Coltrane track or Wayne Shorter, right?
Coltrane.
Coltrane. Thank you. Evidence. So that's cool. Then still mid-90s Reminiscence on Simpatico. I'm not familiar with these labels. Marge, Total Package.
Marge, a kick-ass label. Marge.
We need Mike notes and tones because none of us have the new stuff.
Oh, it's a Futura. I do know Futura.
Oh, okay.
Oh, interesting. Continuation of Futura. Okay, cool. Oh, and look who. Oh, this is just their label. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool. Good to know. I'm actually looking. I have in my card. I have 3 Futura albums right now.
Can you show your card?
My next big purchases are going to be some Futura stuff. The bassist Homage to Diversity, Palmetto with John Hicks. That's cool. And then to round it out, the last 3 records, So in Love, Madison, and Blue Monk.
We made it.
What's up? Well, hold on. Now we got to get to
through his records.
Well, now it gets much longer.
Yeah. Now we move back to 1943. No, I'm kidding. But all right. So I'm not gonna. I mean, unless you guys want, just let me know.
No, we can click on ones we care about. How about that?
All right. So I don't know who Manny album is. He has a Solid State record, Brass on Fire, and Soul the City. So maybe these are bigger groups. It sounds like. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know Manny Alburn.
Me either.
All right, hold on. Let's just see who's on the lineup because I feel like he might be an arranger guy. No, I mean, yeah, it's a bigger group. Joe Newman,
Ernie Royal. Oh, wait, this got some badass people, man. Joe Newman,
Bob Brookmeyer. Richard Davis bass, Mel Lewis drums, and then they're doing all standards. This is like Sinatra stuff here.
It's gonna be like the Mel, it's a Mel Lewis Thad Jones record, right? Basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is why we need mic notes and tones.
Yep.
Yeah, where's notes and tones?
There's another one. This looks like a smaller group. Phil Woods, Chris,
nice.
Frank West, and playing tenor. That's cool. Hank
JJ.
Jones. Is great.
Looks yes.
Yeah. Okay.
This is when we click the links, man.
All right. So then he's on with Louis Armstrong, Flying Dutchman, 1970. And
this album is so different from he does. The Creator Has a Master Plan. Pharoah Sanders tune on this. Hearing Armstrong do that it's a really different album for Louis Armstrong.
Wow,
it's on Flying Dutchman from 70. You gotta check it out. It's really cool.
Holy cow!
So Creator and Master Plan. That is that Karma, or is that? Am I mixing that up with another record?
That's on Karma.
Nice.
Okay.
Look at the lineup on this record, though.
There's so many people on that record.
It's crazy.
So Louis is on. So does he have?
Oh, he's just singing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To hear him sing Louis, that song is just it's mind melting.
Oh, I got it.
Because you're so used to hearing the Pharoah Sanders version.
Yeah,
I got to hear that. Okay, then Dorothy Ashby, the fantastic jazz harp of Dorothy Ashby on Atlantic.
I want this record.
I think that was. Let's see who's on this with them with her.
It's in that box set, right?
I don't know. It probably is.
No. It's her early stuff, but there's a rumor that Newland is going to do a box with her later stuff.
Nice.
Yeah, but that's a 65.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think it's on there.
Oh.
All right.
It's just prestige stuff.
Then we have Tyne Asmundsen, Norwegian jazz bassist. So is this a double bass record? What's going on here?
Sounds like it.
How much bass?
We need more bass.
Slapping the bass.
Well, there is the steeplechase with Sam Jones and NHOP.
Yep.
Which I don't have, and I kind of want it. Alec Baksic. So is this? So this is 74. So he's still in the United States. I mean, he's still okay. I don't know this. Bob Thiele music.
Quadruple bass. Nice.
Bob Thiele on Flying Dutchman. Where'd he come from? Prestige? I can't remember.
Well, no, Bob Thiele wasn't.
Riverside? I don't remember.
Who I forget.
Chet
Baker's Holiday on Limelight. I've never seen this one.
I had it. I think I sold it.
Yeah.
It was really cool though. I just sold it because I had so much Chet Baker. But it's him doing lots of Billie Holiday stuff, and songs that Billie Holiday made famous.
Yeah, this is great.
It's really good. Maybe I still have it.
Traveling Light's a great one. I mean, they're all great, but These Foolish Things. I love a standard album. I was talking with Felipe, I think last night, and I was saying like it's kind of crazy that like none of the new musicians. I realized that but some of the new, more established ones, you think like somebody would do a standards album at some point. It's like I guess Gaga did one with Tony Bennett, but like there's really no interest in doing that. And it's
I sold it, but it was a really cool album.
Oh, okay. Wait. No, I know a recent standards album that came out. Let me find it.
Oh, all right, cool. Let's see it. Yeah, and then we were talking.
There we go.
Okay, what is this? Oh God.
NEG New Standards. It's actually really good.
Oh no!
Sorry. Michael, you're
lost everyone.
I have a feeling.
Yeah, no, but has anyone heard this? It's actually great.
We accept all opinions. We are.
Mike has to leave.
Most opinions.
No judgment zone here.
You're accepting of most opinions.
How is that, Michael?
I actually like it. This is the only Kenny G album I own, but it's actually really quite good.
How big's the group?
I mean, let me see who's playing on it. I just remember listening to it like twice. It's a double LP.
where's it list personnel?
I believe it came out the same week as Lil Wayne's version of the standards.
Yeah, Sam Hirsch is on piano. Greg Phalanchis is on keyboards. Nate Light is on bass. Rick Montalbano on drums.
Golfer. He's a pretty good golfer.
Ron Powell on percussion. But yeah, I mean, he does a version of Milestones on here. Moonlight, Waltz in Blue, Paris by Night. It's a cool album. I know people shit on Kenny G because he's done a lot of pop jazz records, but like he's a good player.
Isn't Michael Bolton play on one of the songs on there?
I think the beef with Kenny G is that he has given an impression to the general populace about what jazz is.
He's the biggest selling jazz saxophonist of like the last 30 years.
Yeah.
So I think people are just I don't know. I think people are like upset of his influence on just the perception of jazz.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any of his records. I don't listen to him, but I have no issues with him. My question is, what's the problem, right?
He doesn't have nice words to say about you, Felipe.
All right, now since I've been sharing my screen, have we been ignoring the chat? Should we go back and
or just get started again and notice the chat?
Let's get started. Chris, do you want to take a look at the chat? See if
there was a good question.
Chat, man.
There was a good question for Poetry on Plastic. Talking about it's a while back there, but he was asking, could you talk about some of the similarities between or connections between jazz and classical, if you think that there are any?
I think that there definitely are. I think they are very different. Because I think the things that jazz musicians and classical musicians work at, like in their practicing, is very different. Like I think jazz is much more of a functional theory. Like the skill set you need to play jazz is one of functional theory, where it's like how the changes are going to be structured. You have to know a different set of scales. Like in classical music, we practice scales basically so that when we encounter scales in music, they come naturally. Whereas jazz musicians use scales to improvise within chord structures. And the scales that jazz musicians use whole tone scales a lot more. Jazz musicians use blues scales that classical musicians just don't use. I mean, we stick mostly in the major, minor, pentatonic, harmonic, and then modes.
Well, you like Cecil Taylor, right?
I enjoy listening to his records.
Cecil Taylor was obsessed with Bela Bartok.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of jazz musicians were very interested in classical music. I know Charlie Parker was obsessed with Stravinsky.
Right, but what I'm saying is you can hear Bela Bartok in Cecil Taylor.
In the composition.
Richard Davis had a classical background, right?
I think there's more similarity in the composition of jazz in terms of like writing tunes. I think that's much more closer to classical than like the performances. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because I think so much of jazz performance is just like being able to adapt on your feet with a theory, like you're using theory while you're playing. Whereas I think a lot of classical music, especially my part of classical music, which is a woodwind instrument where you're playing one line, it's so much more taking something that you have in front of you and refining it and putting your interpretation on the music that's already written.
It also makes a lot more sense that, piano players would be more influenced by piano players in the sense, because Waldron was really influenced by Chopin. Cecil Taylor was really influenced by Bartok. It's like, it makes sense because the instrument is so well known and so ubiquitous in both jazz and classical music that piano players would go to piano players.
Yeah. Well, my lay understanding of things are like actually a question for Michael. Stravinsky, was he a piano, was that his kind of, I'm sure in terms of composing, he probably used piano. I think that's kind of even when Mingus was composing, although a bass player, he would compose on piano.
Yeah, so, until the last 20 years or so, all composers have been more or less pianists.
Okay.
Right.
They might not, some of them performed on piano more than others, but you go back and you look like Mozart, Brahms, they all played their own piano concertos. Beethoven. So what's interesting is, so up until Beethoven, when a composer wrote a piano concerto like Mozart or Haydn or something, they wrote it with the intention that they were going to be the ones performing the concerto. And Beethoven did as well. But then what happened is later in life, Beethoven went deaf. And so Beethoven's fifth piano concerto, he didn't have hearing good enough to be able to perform it. So that's when he started physically writing out his cadenzas. Because like typically at the end of a movement of a concerto, there's a room for improvisation in a cadenza. And in classical music, like the classical period, like the 18th century, it would just be open. Like, so you play a Mozart concerto now, like I play the Mozart oboe concerto, and I have a cadenza prepared. For the first movement, I play someone else's cadenza that someone else wrote, but the second movement, I have a cadenza that I wrote. Oh, cool. And it's just your own little piece of music at the end of the piece, and then the orchestra finishes the tutti. But with Beethoven was one of the first composers where, because he was deaf, now someone else was going to play his concerto. So he actually wrote out the cadenza that he wanted them to play. And so from Beethoven onwards, you have composers actually writing out the cadenza. So in the Prokofiev concertos, in the Bartok concertos, in the Brahms concertos, the cadenzas are written out.
Interesting.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. Is that kind of like the composer showing off in a certain way, like their skills? I mean, because they wouldn't write the rest of the orchestra wouldn't be able to see it, right? It'd just be like Beethoven playing.
Yeah, it's like the orchestra has a rest, and it's just the solo instrument.
Right, they'd know how long to rest, but that would be it.
Well, the conductor would cue them. Yeah. Well, but actually, back then there wasn't a conductor. Back then, so
know what was going to be played, right? It was kind of like
yes, yeah.
It was the composer's little flourishes of their composition. That's pretty wild. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a funny video of someone playing a Mozart violin concerto, and someone's cell phone is going off, and this is years ago when that ringtone, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da. Yeah. And so they're playing their cadenza, and it's like dead quiet, and they're playing this cadenza, and you hear in the audience, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da, and the violinist actually hears that. There's a little chuckle in the audience, and he starts playing to that tune.
Yeah,
he starts imitating the cell phone.
Well, that's much better than saying "you fucking asshole."
Yeah,
sorry.
Who did
Keith Jarrett version?
Yeah, the Keith Jarrett version. Exactly.
Fuck you! I'm out of here.
All right, let's get back to Richard Davis, and I think a good place to pick it up is I want to just this is his biography. So he played with the Chicago Youth Symphony Orchestras. Played orchestras, first performance at Chicago Orchestras Hall in 1947. After high school, he studied double bass with Rudolph Fassbender of Chicago Symphony Orchestra while attending Vandercook College of Music. Mike, do you know this college?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay. And then after college, Davis
I wonder if it turned into something.
Let's see. Let me click on it here. So it's still Vandercook. Old Vandy. That's what we used to call it.
It's in Chicago. Yeah, I mean, it might be for not classical music, because in Chicago the three big music schools are Northwestern, DePaul, and then Roosevelt.
Is Roosevelt independent, or is that like a part of University of Chicago or something?
No, it's independent.
Okay. All right. So then after college, Davis performed in dance bands. The connections he made led him to pianist Don Shirley. In 1954, he and Shirley moved to New York City and performed together until 1956 when Davis began playing with the Schauter Finnegan Orchestra.
I've got one of their records.
Okay. Popular American swing jazz band. I never heard of them. So that's interesting. Okay. And then I think from there, then he starts moving into Sarah Vaughan's rhythm section, and then he starts developing on his own. He starts working with Dolphy, Jackie Byard, Booker Ervin.
So Mike, very important point. He plays with Sarah Vaughan to the 60s, and he actually says he went to Sarah Vaughan University.
Okay, fair enough.
That's not just to be skipped off just because the Sarah Vaughan is a singer. It's a very important part of his life.
Yeah, Mike.
Is he on her Emercy Records? I guess we'll find out.
I'm not sure, but he was in
He's
her
on,
touring band
he's
for
on at
many
least one
years.
Sarah Vaughan record.
Yeah.
All right,
I
hold
don't
on.
remember
I'm gonna jump down his sideman just to see if there's any Sarah Vaughan here, which I'm sure there is.
Just search.
Sorry, I'm moving so quickly.
I don't think he recorded much with her, but he
Sarah Vaughan.
learned most of his stuff from her.
Brandon, is this what you said? Swinging easy?
Yeah, I just knew that. I think I have that somewhere. It's not a very expensive record, as most of her records are not very expensive.
So I think they're each trios, so they're kind of scattered. But Roy Haynes is drums, and then you have double bass Richard Davis and Joe Benjamin, and then John Malachi and Jimmy Jones on piano with Sarah. So rhythm section with her in front.
Yep.
And then it looks like they're doing all different standards here.
Damn, Penguin gave it.
All right, guys, I got to take off. See you later.
All right, thanks for joining, Michael. Nice catching up.
You, Mike. Thanks for joining.
I gotta add
Also, he did not record it with Miles, but he played with Miles live.
What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Hey,
Have we said anything stupid?
One mic out for another mic.
Do we say anything smart? We should ask.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, Mike, you just said something about the whole thing with standards. That's why it came up. Just
What thing
Yeah,
was standards?
whoop some ass, Mike. Please.
What did I say?
You said something about not contemporary musicians not recording standards.
Vocal musicians.
Oh, that's
Popular vocal.
Okay. All right, okay. I'm talking about jazz.
You know, yeah, that's fair. Actually, I didn't specify that, but that's what I intend when I was talking to Felipe.
Oh, that was your intent. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Listen, Mike, you're all wound up. Mike, you're all wound up. You need to unleash this. Go ahead.
Careful, Jazz Bones, Mike. You're talking to a lawyer.
How many lawyers are on the stream? Jeez.
Okay, all right.
Oh, okay.
Language is everything.
But I did want, Mike. I'm glad you joined. I wanted to ask if you would be so gracious to talk us through your trip to the West Coast and some of the pickups you had.
Oh,
yeah.
Mike, you're skipping the subject.
Yeah, I can't. The pickups. I have to grab them, but I'll start off by saying this. Yeah, Rob is the best.
He's a Mitch.
I don't. Yeah, I can't even. I'm serious about this. 2 days. He took me to all these record stores in LA. And this isn't like, in New York where you just hop on a subway and, you're there. This is like, these are distances.
Yeah.
And a lot of time. And it was amazing. The second day, Jim came. Well, all right, the first day Rob picked me up. We started, where did we start? Safari?
So we went to Record Safari, which I knew had a very light week jazz-wise. In fact, when you left, they started dumping tons of good shit. And I've actually picked up some stuff for you.
Yeah. All right, cool.
I've reached out to them, but
I'll say my general impressions of the record stores in LA and just compared to New York City. It's better in LA.
Yeah.
Price, condition, and variety. They beat the stores in New York, hands down. And I'm not just talking. I'm mainly talking about jazz, but I even picked up some R&B that I usually find that's just like beat up and not in good condition. The two R&B titles I picked up, the covers were all right, but the vinyl was basically near mint. And I
took you to my honey hole.
That's where I picked it up. It was just, and just the price. The prices were just so much better than in New York. So much better. It just blows away the pricing in New York. I mean, and the just shopping is it's more of a pleasure. You know, I don't always. I didn't feel that I had to like. I didn't need to wash my hands after going digging. It was just so much. It was just a pleasant experience. Like I said, the stuff was in so much better condition, and just the variety of stuff that I picked up. You know, I even filled like gaps, gaps of stuff that I have on CD. Mm-hmm. But I wanted on the record. Like this is Art Pepper Winter Moon. You know, I got that. The price was ridiculous for what I paid for it, but it was in great condition.
I found it and handed it over to you.
Yeah. Oh, Rob was great. Rob was like finding stuff and just handing it to me because I was overwhelmed that I just couldn't take. I was like, what the hell is going on here? And Rob would go, oh, like that West Coast. I think you handed me the West Coast Blues, the Harold Land.
Yeah.
Because I was just overwhelmed about the quantity. So it's nice. Just
The one funny thing was I took him out one day. We went to 4 record stores, and we did really well. And it shows you how much Mike's wife and daughter wanted to spend time with him. So, so Poetry on Plastic, we met for lunch the day we went to Atomic, which is probably one of the better stores to find jazz at. So we went to lunch, and Poetry goes, I have to tell you something. And I go, what? He goes, me and this other person went down to Orange County to this hi-fi record store, and they had a ton of Music Matters jazz. And he says they're either at cost or 20% more. And I go, And I trust Poetry. So I convinced Mike to come. I said, we'll go early, and Jim too. And we drive down there, and it's not close, even if there's so it took us about almost 90 minutes to get down to this store. And we get there, and they did have a lot of Music Matters, but the guy didn't price it yet. So the stickers on there were the original stickers.
Oh, shit.
Well, you say, oh, shit. But the guy see, this is what the advantage of having Mike with me and stuff I didn't know. They had a ton of other shit that wasn't priced. So I'll show you some of what I got of like classic records and Speaker's Corner records that you really don't find anymore. So I found, I didn't even open this sealed, and he sold it to me for $40.
Oh, wow. Nice.
This record goes for way over $100 right now.
Yeah, $40 is a great price.
Yes. And so the guy was, Jim's impression of this dude is the store's like not new, but he doesn't know his stuff. And I think us coming up with a bunch of records for him to price, he was cool about it. But I found this Speaker's Corner. He sold this to me for $30. Yeah. The best record I got from him was this.
Oh, nice.
This is a Classic Records.
That's great.
$60. This goes for way over $100. So I picked up good stuff there too. But Mike, there were some labels and smaller things I was just pulling out. The best thing Mike found there was Kenny Burrell, Volume 1, with the pink cover.
Yeah.
So
Mike, how much did you pay for that Harold Land Jazz Land?
Say which Harold Land?
What was the condition and price of that Harold Land Jazz Land? Was that an original?
The West Coast Blues.
It was similar to the one that I got from the record collector. So it was, I think he got a mono.
Yeah, I did. I got a mono.
What did they get you for on that?
What was it?
Because that is getting up there for a VG Plus copy online. It's very expensive.
It was under 30.
Oh, good price.
Yeah, it was under 30.
I mean, that same day
I didn't pay over 30. I didn't. Well, no, for some classic stuff I paid 40 and 45, which was half of what it's listed on Discogs.
I was with Mike. Yeah. I don't know if I was Mike. I found this mint copy. This is an original pressing mint. I paid $50 for this. Nice.
Yeah,
nice.
That's a pretty
That's your own record, weirdo.
We had luck both ways. We had a good haul.
Yeah, I mean, I picked up this Duke Ellington, Louis Armstrong, the classic.
Hey, Billy.
Copy.
Chris, you got him?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hey. Oh wait, hang on.
I got him.
You don't have shit, bro.
And I ended up picking up. I actually picked up the other volume also. And
that's Classic Records.
Yep, and they were both half of what the price is listed in Discogs.
Yeah. They also had the MoFi. I didn't realize the MoFi has both.
Yeah.
And he was going to charge me $100 for that, and I think that's below what that goes for.
Yeah. And then I did. I actually picked up this Charles Tolliver. This was sealed, and it was what? I think it was $29.
Yeah.
But this is the Pure Pleasure, which Pure
$29 is a steal for that record. Damn it.
Huh?
$29 seems like a steal for that.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
I actually had that hidden in the store, and I pulled it out.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna take. I was really apprehensive.
No. Look, hey Jeff, I didn't take him to CD Trader because I don't like CD Trader. Their prices are too stupid.
Yeah. And then I found at the hi-fi store where we got the classic stuff. I actually picked up this. This is a guy. He does. The late Johnny Adams. He's a New Orleans-based singer. And he does blues. He's done some jazz-oriented albums.
It's a great album, Mike.
Oh, it's fabulous. I have a copy.
I love Johnny Adams.
I do too. That I bought for $50 last year. This is the Analog Productions copy.
Nice.
The store that Rob took me to in where was it? Orange County, Huntington Beach. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They had this for $15.
That's a steal.
It's out of print and near mint. The vinyl is near mint. There's maybe a little crease on the cover, but this is Chad should try to get the rights to this again. This is like a fabulous album. And
I have it. It sounds amazing too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I love Johnny Adams. Yeah. My one regret was the time I was in New Orleans. The 3 years I was there, I never got to see him perform.
I still listen. I have an original of "Please Release Me." I listen to it all the time.
Yeah,
such a great album.
Amazing, amazing.
Hey, there's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go ahead.
I came back with 32 albums. The stewardess on the plane was like, You got a lot of albums there.
Do they not have music where you live?
Yeah. But no, you know what happened? She was the stewardess was like in her late 20s, early 30s. She and where I was in an aisle, where they have the door and stuff. So she was like, her seat was next to me, and she goes, "I just bought a turntable not too long ago," and she was like, I was like, "Oh man. Well, next time you come to LA, you should look up this guy, The Wax." But
I came from Record Store Desert, New York City.
Yeah. But I had a great time. And actually, even outside of records, Rob also made another great suggestion. We wanted to go out. We were planning to go out one night, and Rob said, "Oh, you should check out this Abbott Kinney Boulevard. It's in Venice, and they'll have all the food trucks out and stuff like that." So we did that. My daughter loved it. It was just a bunch of food trucks out. When you just walk up and down the boulevard, and then I would walk past this one quasi-art gallery that had a free gin tasting that nobody seemed to be partaking in. So, I went. They were more than glad to that I walked in the door. So that was great. So Rob was a great host, and just provided
my reputation, please.
Yeah, the Chamber of Commerce should hire Rob. That's
Rob. I might be coming down to LA in the new year for a conference. Maybe we'll connect.
Okay, no problem.
Cool.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I'll take you to
So-
all the shitty stores I didn't take Mike to.
All right.
So Mike, did you also hit anything in the Santa Cruz area? Did you go there to the Bay Santa Cruz
No, we
area?
decided not to go to Santa Cruz. We just didn't feel, we didn't feel like driving down from San Francisco to LA, to Santa Barbara, and then to LA. We just flew into LA, went to Santa Barbara, which was a bust.
Oh yeah.
And then LA was fabulous. It's fabulous.
Yeah, it's a great space.
And Seattle was great. I don't want to leave like Mazzy out. We didn't go record shopping, but Mazzy asked me. He said, "Do you want to go looking for records, or do you want to, go out and have something to eat and drink?" And I just said, "Let's go out and have something to eat and drink." And we went to the great Italian restaurant. I ordered a bottle of wine, which took forever for me to go through the wine list. But and we talked about music. We talked about Elvis Costello and T-Bone Burnett. It was just a lot of fun. Everybody was that took time to meet up with me while I went out west was amazing. The hospitality was great. And I'm really thankful that people just took time out of their schedule to come down and take me around. Mazzy gave me a brief tour of the downtown area in Seattle. It was great. It was great.
Nice.
Very nice.
Felipe always disappears.
He always disappears, and then at one point, all three of you guys were off a second ago. I'm like, "Isn't this the Jazz Bum show?" And
No, I'm here, and just have the microphone off in case
I'm
I make
praying-
some noise.
Yeah, but
I'm
we
praying
can't
the
see
Jazz
you.
Bum-
You're the half dome. You're half dome.
But,
praying the Jazz Bum just comes out here.
Yeah, I'm South American. I eat late. Okay, I know American have like a dinner at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
a couple of things. There was a good
have some
question.
drinks and I just want to make some silverware noise.
Okay, where's Mike? Mike's disappeared.
Mike's probably taking the walks out.
Hey, Chris, are we going back to Richard Davis, or are we on a new plane?
I don't know. Mike was the one doing it. Yeah.
Maybe when it comes back. So there was a couple of things.
Let's take some questions. Yes, that would be cool.
Yeah, there's a good question in the chat here. Also, I want to say hi to my friend Regine, who's tuning in from Indonesia tonight.
Wow.
And, said she's about to order some of your merch. So if she's still listening, hello, good to see you out there. There was a good question. I forgot what the name was. Show G Productions was having a conversation with somebody else, but was trying to understand, wanted to learn what modal jazz is. I figured between all of us, we could probably explain that, but he's trying to figure out what modal jazz is. Anybody want to take a shot at that?
Yeah, I'll jump in. So because I'm unqualified as a musician, I'll go first. No, I'll have a difficult time explaining it, but essentially what I understand it is modes basically kind of like put certain limitations on where you're going to play, and you explore like a certain, for lack of a better term that I can explain, like a structure. Like it provides a structure within like a chord set almost. So like what I've heard, it's like if you're an abstract painter and you're just using blues or reds or something, it's like you're only playing in like the field of red. It's like in modes, it's like you're playing like
so modal, you're not attached to a chord structure. You don't follow chords. That's it.
Right, but I think what you're doing is you're playing within a set like of constraints that are, you're not, and then you're exploring every aspect of that. I don't know if that's helpful at all.
Yeah, that's
we need poetry and plastic back up here.
But you don't follow. But you don't follow chords. That's
I'm counting how long before Mike notes and tones.
Yeah, but I don't think modes and chords are interchangeable like that. I think it's a little different.
No, but I think what it went from the chord changes that was a standard bebop and hard bop. The modal switched into a different phase of not following the chord structure and soloing on the chord structure. It was more modes.
Yeah, you're in a harmony, but you don't follow the chords.
Right. Definitely. It didn't follow the chords.
Yeah.
It went
soloing within the chord. Yeah.
In some cases, isn't it like sort of staying in one key for a longer period of time? Yeah, and kind of like exploring that so that then when they finally do switch to a different chord or key, it's a little more dramatic because you've been kind of hanging out in this plane for a while, and then versus more traditional stuff, which is changing constantly and going all around. So it's more of a hang out in a At least that's the way I've thought of it.
I have some records to show if we want to see.
Yes, please. Let's quickly move off the subject.
First of all, Chris, I'm sending these out to you this week. These are still in the shrink with the original sticker on them. I bought these in high school.
Oh my God, thank you so much. It's amazing.
No problem. I bought them in high school, and they sat, like I had 2 copies of each. These were extras. I think I played these once. So they sat I bought these in the 80s. So they sat in that original kind of crappy inner sleeve, not paper, but that like they're polyline, but they were the crappy ones from the 80s.
Right. Yeah.
So there is. I took it out this week. My machine is down right now, so you have to give them a good cleaning when you get them. But they play okay. They play fine. The music part, like when the lead in is a little noisy, but because they're live albums and they're loud, you can't hear it at all in the music.
Who cares? That's awesome, man.
So these are both original pressings. It's volume 1 and 2.
I thought you don't have those, Chris. I thought you had them.
I have one of them.
Boomers was a great club. I think I have I know I have. Actually, in LA, I picked up another copy of the Art Farmer live at Boomers because I have the Inner City, and then they had in LA. I got the East-West version, which is on better quality vinyl.
Right. Nice. Chris, do you have Miles Davis Nefertiti? Oh, you're muted.
You're muted, Chris.
Chris, you're muted.
I'm double muted. Sorry. Yeah, I've got an OG promo copy of.
Okay, no problem. I have a copy. I was going to send you 2, but if you don't need it, it's fine. I'll pass it on to someone else.
Absolutely.
So
I want the MoFi version, but
I'm glad Mike is here now because I want to talk about a few albums, the recent ones.
All right.
Okay, this phenomenal.
Yeah.
I've listened to it 4 times since Wednesday. It's great. I'm still loving it.
It's amazing. I love when he does the combination of Balling the Jack and Feed the Fire. That is just amazing. And then he does another sort of combination of, I can't remember off the top of my head the one song, but it's combined with Ghost, Albert Eiler's Ghost.
Yeah. It's crazy. Jason Moran, to me, he's my favorite contemporary artist. Like all-time artist. I think Jason Moran's amazing. I've seen him a couple times live. I saw him once in New York, and I saw him twice in Toronto, and he's just amazing live too. He's just an amazing musician.
Yeah. I saw the performance of that album live a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
In Harlem at Marcus Garvey Park. And you talk about, you said he's an amazing performer live. He had the crowd in the palm of his hand.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end where they do like For James, he gets the band up and he gets the crowd. And I have video footage of this. We're all like humming and Jason Moran is just like directing us and he's like telling us, all right, bring it up a little louder over here. It was just, it's like a lot of things people wouldn't expect jazz musicians to be doing and how they engage the crowd. It was just amazing. And what was really cool afterwards also, and you see this at a lot of shows, his fellow musicians that turned out. So I'm leaving and Jason Moran had a thing set up, and his sons were like manning the table, selling albums and CDs. And afterwards, he said, "I'll be over there to autograph, CDs and albums." So he's over there, and VJ Iyer is right there. And actually, I spoke with VJ Iyer for a few seconds, but it was just like all the other music. It was an event. All the his fellow musicians that respect him showed out to see him. It was, it's like one of those things you remember.
Yeah, that's very cool.
It was
very cool. Yeah. And also, I'm glad you're here because you were talking about this on the Discord group. This is also killer.
Oh, I just got that recently. Yeah,
so good. It's like, and the sound, like it's a good bootleg because I mean the drums are a little forward, which I'm okay with because I love Elvin Jones. But I mean, like Dolphy and Coltrane come through beautifully.
Yeah, and
on my system, it sounds great.
Yeah, I listened to it last night, and I was I listened to it when I first got it, and I was happy with it. But last night I just sat down and I was I was like captivated by it. And, they do the Benny Carter song "When the Lights Are Low," which I love that composition. Yeah. And Eric Dolphy on the bass clarinet is just fabulous. And then Greensleeves with Elvin on the drums. It's just like you can hear what they're doing, and it really grabs you. Yes, it's an archival record, but the performance freaking grabs you. It just grabs you.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one that came in this week. This is my last one that came in this week. I'll show some other ones I'm listening to, but listen, not a fan of Chad, but I had to do this because it's my favorite album of all time. I had to get this.
Oh, nice.
Oh, good man.
It's amazing. It blew my mind because I've been listening to this record for over 40 years. Like I've been listening to this since I was 10 years old. It's my favorite album of all time.
Wow.
I've listened to it daily almost for 40 years. Mm-hmm. I have so many different copies of it. I have an original mono, I have an original stereo, Japanese pressings, whatever. I got this. I thought, I mean, I have to break down and buy one UHQR, and this is going to be it. And I listened to it, and it blew my socks off. Like I'm hearing stuff I did not hear on before. Like the bass is so different on this UHQR. Like it's so pronounced and clear. It's beautiful. Like I think I'm so glad I bought it. I'm glad I put aside my hate for Chad.
I wonder about that. I've wondered about that. I haven't gotten any of those. I know Felipe, you got that as well, didn't you? But I've always wondered, are you really going to hear that much of a difference? And for somebody who's listened to that record many times,
it's kind of hard. I'm not sure if Mark agrees with me. It's not like the sound quality, but the sound presentation. I think the presentation that kind of changes.
It doesn't sound it doesn't sound any better than the Acoustic Sound Series one. Maybe a little better, but I mean, it's just a different listen. It's really different.
Yeah. Wow. I think there's like, you feel like there's like a curtain of drums and bass and piano. Everything just like gets big and surrounds you. It's just.
I put it on and I had the lights off completely in my room. I just had the lights of the stereo on, and my wife was listening to it too. And she's like, "It sounds like Coltrane's in the room. Like it sounds like the band is in the room, and you can see in the dark. You can kind of place where they are." Yeah. It sounds so different. Anyways, I'm so glad I got it. I mean, in Canada, these things. So this was 300 Canadian. That's what they cost here because they're 150 American, 150 American plus shipping plus duty. It turns out to 300 Canadian anyway. So I'd rather just go to my local store and buy it from them for the same price. I don't have to worry about it shipped or whatever. I just walked to the store and I got it. So, but it was worth it. Very worth it. And I don't know if Nicole is still here because we were talking a lot about Richard Davis, but Charles Gale died yesterday. Very, to me, one of the very under recognized tenor sax players on the outside, but just incredible musician. I saw him a couple times.
Yeah.
I saw him in Chicago. I saw him in New York. He's incredible. But this one is my favorite. I was spitting this the last couple times.
Nice.
Excellent album.
Yeah.
So I don't know if Nicole's here, but Nicole, I did know he died, and I played his music.
Yeah, I saw him once, and it was a great bill. He was the opening act, and it and I wasn't familiar with it. This is when the Knitting Factory was in New York, the heyday of the Knitting Factory. And he performed, and he did the whole Streets the Clown thing, which was which was amazing. But he was the opening act for Sonny Simmons.
Oh, you know what I was just going to say? They're very similar to me. I love Sonny Simmons as well. Actually, I'm going to show that one too. But Sonny Simmons, who I met and spent time with in Paris. I went to see him in a small little 30-seat club in Paris, and my knees were against the stage, and it was unbelievable that I couldn't believe that I was in this small little room. Bobby Few was on piano. Okay, Sonny Murray on drums, and Sonny Simmons on sax. And I'm like, I cannot believe I'm sitting in front of this guy. And at the break, I started talking to him saying, hey, I flew in from Toronto. I really came to see you. I knew you were playing this week in Paris, so we made a trip of it. And he's like, oh, come sit at the bar with me.
Wow.
I bought him a couple of beers. We talked about Coltrane, all these. We literally sat with me for 25 minutes talking about jazz and people he's played with, and playing with Sonny Rollins and practicing with Sonny Rollins. And it was just an incredible experience. My wife's like, you look happier than when our son was born. I was like, almost there, but not the same. So yeah, it was really cool. But yeah, Charles Gale and Sonny Simmons are very similar to me.
Yeah.
There's a good Sonny Simmons doc on YouTube.
Yeah.
I posted it a bunch of places.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Hey, Mike, Notes and Tones is the Knitting Factory. By the way, I don't think we've ever spoken before, so hello. We're connected on Insta, but is the Knitting Factory gone? Is that closed and gone?
Oh yeah, it's been in New York.
A while.
Yeah, you know I don't know if he still owns these clubs. The guy that created the Knitting Factory moved into another club.
Moved into Luna Lounge in Brooklyn, and actually the Knitting Factory just reopened on Avenue A in the city.
Yeah, is it still Dwarf? What's his name? I can't remember what his name was.
No, that's Dwarf is a city winery.
Right. Originally, he was the Knitting Factory from back in the day.
Yeah, he was a partner with the guy who has it now. And Knitting Factory has become like, there's like Knitting Factory Records that put out a bunch of Fela Kuti reissues.
You know, when I saw
Sonny from that first thing, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I moved from the Northeast about 17 years ago. But I used to live in Connecticut.
Yeah, they literally just reopened it like a month ago, and it's just not the same. It's like it's been so. They opened it in LA and they opened it in like Boise, Idaho.
Yeah,
it's just the original one was like completely different. Yeah.
Yeah. When they closed, it was on the last one the last version of the Knitting Factory that was relevant, in my opinion, was when it was located in downtown New York on Leonard Street.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
3 rooms. Yeah.
After that,
the last time when I went would have been like 2004, 2005. I saw my friend.
That was Leonard Street. Yeah.
Yeah.
A friend of mine was in a band called Minus the Bear from the West Coast, and I went to see them there, and that was the last time. Then I moved.
Yeah, because I also had you guys were talking about Cecil Taylor earlier. I had a coworker, her husband was a musician, and he played with Cecil, and he told me the funny story. Actually, at that Sonny Simmons, Charles Gale show, how he got fired from Taylor's band. He actually, he touched the Taylor's piano to demonstrate some notes to another musician. And Cecil was like, infuriated and said, "You're done. You're fired. You don't touch my piano." I'm sure there were other reasons why, but Cecil Taylor was like, "No, you just don't touch my piano, and you're fired."
He saw his out, man.
I have a few more to show.
Oh,
I'm going to tell everyone out there in the jazz bums world, do not sleep on 80s Blue Note.
No.
Oh, yeah.
That, Mark.
Yeah.
I bought this.
That looks great. That looks great.
I bought this in high school.
I've
never seen that.
Too.
Sorry, Mike. I didn't hear you.
I think Jazz Bones Mike has that also.
Yeah, I just
great. Okay.
I just
So
told
I pulled a bunch of records out that I haven't listened to in a while, and I bought this in '89 when I was in high school. I literally bought this when it came out.
Yeah.
At Sam the Record Man in Toronto, like our record store that was big back in the '80s and '90s. And I used to love it, and I just kind of put it away and I forgot about it. Like not a long time, but I listened to it maybe a few years ago. And I was scrolling this week, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna pull it out." It's just such a great album. Their version of Dempster Swing is incredible on this.
And that was the Blue Note. That originally it was done by Blue Note Japan.
Yeah.
And and it was licensed by the Blue Note in the U.S. There are a whole bunch of them. When I was in L.A., I picked up the Rini Roseness because it was something. The label is called Something Else Records.
Yeah.
I picked up the first Rini Roseness on Something Else, which has Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter on a couple of things. I mean, they did such great work, and there's a bunch of excellent Ron Carter stuff that's on that label.
There's also 2 or 3 George Adams, Don Poulin albums on Blue Note in the '80s that are fantastic as well.
Yeah. I just ordered Earth Beams.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's so good. I can't wait for that to come.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
And another one I pulled out I haven't listened to in a while. I don't know if you guys, Bobby Hutcherson. It's Japanese pressing only.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
I've seen that one.
I sold that and immediately regretted it.
Yeah, this is a hard to find one now. When I bought it, it was easy to find, but now it's really hard to find. And it goes for crazy money for this. I think I paid $20 for it. It goes for over 200 now.
Yeah, it's really I didn't get enough for it. I was like, oh.
Who's on it? It's Harold Land, Oscar Brashear, Thurman Green, Dwight Dickerson, Kent Brinkley, and Larry Hancock. But it's a really good like Harold Land, Bobby Hutcherson album. Like those two together are always amazing.
Yeah,
and it's a really good sounding.
Does Land play flute on that one? I'm trying to remember. Or who plays flute?
No flute.
Oh, no flute.
No. There's Thurman Green on trombone and Oscar Brashear on trumpet. There's no. Yeah.
I'm thinking it's something else.
But this sound, it's a king press. It's a king press, Japanese king. It sounds like Bobby Hutcherson's in the room. Like it's amazing. And a couple others.
Well, you can get that. You can get that another way, Mark.
Wow.
You can. It's in the Mosaic.
Is it on a twofer or something?
It's in Bobby Hutcherson. No, it's in Mosaic box.
Oh right, yeah.
Bobby Hutcherson.
Also, speaking of Sonny Simmons, I listened to this one again. Yeah. It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh,
such a good album.
That's the Strata East one?
No, this is on ESP.
ESP.
Yeah. This is first album on ESP. Yeah.
That's a pretty pricey one now.
Yeah. So it's funny because I've had these for years. So like I look at the prices now and I'm like, I cannot believe. When I bought this stuff, they were going for like $15-20 here and there. And even $20, I was like, it's kind of pricey. Back in the day, like I was in high school, I've been buying this stuff since like the 80s, right? So back then it was, the jazz records weren't expensive back in the day when I was looking for them. But now it's got a second wind. Sorry?
Now it's nuts.
It's crazy. Well, I'll give you an example. I don't know. I posted this on Discord this week. I don't know if you guys know this album, Roy Brooks and the Artistic Truth.
Mm-hmm.
So I had an original of this. Which is like an Imhotep. Only 2 records came out in Imhotep, a small label. And this came out as a reissue. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to buy the reissue. And if it's just as good, the money it was going for was crazy. And I'll keep the reissue and sell the original because I don't really need to have a $1,500 record like to listen to. This sounded great. So I sold that for $1,500. Oh. And I sold the other Roy Brooks when it came out as well for like $1,200. And I had an original Alpha Tia Black Unity Trio. And the reissue came out last year. So I sold mine last year. It's crazy. I sold it for $1,750.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
I straightened that record because I was debating buying the reissue. That is an out record. That is like
look on the Discog.
It's great. That record's great.
Bobby Hutcherson again. Show it.
Bobby Hutcherson?
And Jazz Bums, next time you guys see Harley, tell him to do a photo of that.
They might. Seriously. He might do it. Who knows?
It was only released once on Japanese King, so yeah.
No, I know.
And the Mosaic box, but
it's a Mosaic CD box.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Dialogue was Dialogue was the same way, or Oblique was the same way, and it got a Tone Poet. So it's not like unheard of.
No, I wouldn't be surprised. I was waiting to see if that was going to come out. This is another one I was really spinning a lot this week. So good.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Such a good record. And also the last one, this one, like, it's funny that Felipe was mentioning this. This is so good. The sound is so good. It's Village Vanguard, but it's a live performance. But it's so intimate. The crowd is so quiet.
But you just don't hear the audience, right, Mark?
No, and like you feel like you're there. It's really good.
I got lucky finding a copy of that. It's really great.
But if you look at the credits, I mean, as a Japanese mastering recording guy.
Yeah, and it's a killer lineup too. Louis Shaw, Charlie Rouse, Mel Waldron, Reggie Workman, Ed Blackwell. Like, it's incredible.
Yeah.
I bought this I bought this in high school too.
It kind of sucks you into the performance.
Sorry?
It's like sucks you into the performance. It's just so,
it does. Yeah. It's mesmerizing. It's really I like dark music. Like I don't like happy. Like I like the Andrew Hill stuff. That that kind of free bop stuff on Blue Note that's dark.
Yeah, Waldron.
Like I like this. Yeah. We have similar taste, you and I. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd like you need to, if you don't know Mike Taylor from England, you need to check out some Mike Taylor.
I will. Okay.
They did the one. This stuff's impossible to find, but this was an RSD. And if you like dark brooding piano, this is
really
it.
Okay. I'll check it out.
He had he had some serious struggles with alcohol, and he died really young. But and he made 2 albums, and I think they only happened because Jack Bruce was a really good friend of his, and ended up playing on a couple tracks, and was able to get him. He did 2 records on Columbia, UK, and that's
okay. I'll check it out.
Trio it's called Mike Taylor Trio, and the record's titled Trio, and it's a trio. And then there's Pendulum, which is a quartet. They're impossible to find, but there is a Russian reissue of Trio.
I will track them down. That sounds awesome. Because you and I are very similar taste, I think.
I'm going to show some stuff. Is that okay?
Yeah. Can I show one thing? Because it sort of connects with what Mark showed.
Yes.
This is Mark showed the Ralph Peterson triangular. This is another one.
That's a great one.
That was on Blue Note, and it's a killer lineup. There's Jerry Allen, Steve Wilson, Terrence Blanchard. I mean, he did a number of I think maybe only 3 that they released on vinyl, but he did one that was dedicated to Ornette, one Blakey, and they're just phenomenal. And Ralph Peterson was sort of, for a while, was like the second, when Art Blakey got up in years, he was sort of the second drummer, the guy that would fill in when Art couldn't make the gigs. So that tells you the esteem that he was held in by his elders. But yeah, I just wanted to show that one too.
That's a great album.
Yeah. When I was looking into it, it was that and the Jerry Allen trio with him, and I was debating which one to get, and both of them sounded fantastic.
Yeah, Mark, here's that Mike Taylor Trio.
Yeah, it's pretty expensive on vinyl.
You can't find it.
Yeah, I was gonna say the last one sold for $2,000.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, but you can't find it.
Yeah.
I think if someone had a nice copy, it would probably sell for like $3,000 or something.
Yeah.
Rob will find it next week.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, if he does, I'll trade him a bunch of stuff. All right, so I finally picked this up. It's pretty awesome. I had listened to it a few times. It's really good. It's Roy Ayers is the only kind of the well-known, and then he's playing with some Brazilian cats. Sebastião Neto, Chico Batera, and then the guitarist is called Tony Brazil. And it's what you think it is. It's bossa nova, samba, Mancini tunes done. There's a few like the, I don't know the exact where they're from, but there's like Sally's Tomato, Blue Satin, and basically it's a really good record. My wife really dug it. This was sort of, I guess I had passed this up for a while, and it showed up at the record store, and the guy was like, he's like, do you like Jamal Plays Jamal? And I was like, yeah, that's my favorite Ahmad Jamal. He's like, oh, you'll like this record. It's $15 and it's awesome. And it really is great. It is mostly a trio, but Calvin Keys on guitar. So it's a quartet with Calvin Keys. It's funky. He's mostly playing a Rhodes. It's really, really good. And it's really inexpensive. And I think it's just because the cover's so bad.
Yeah.
It's got to be the worst cover.
So, Ahmad in PJs, right?
It's like the worst leisure suit.
Hey,
even the back's pretty bad.
I went to my prom in that suit.
I was going to say, you need to get a suit like that, Rob.
Yeah.
You and Johnny Carson.
Yeah. 100% polyester.
That's in the Carson collection.
All right, so I used to have this. I sold it. I got another copy. I probably sold it for way too cheap because it's not cheap anymore. This record's great. The Total Funk record. It's it's kind of like if you like Freddie Herbert's First Light, you're gonna like this one.
Oh,
it's
cool.
funky.
Definitely.
Is this CTI?
Yeah, it's totally CTI.
Oh, sweet.
It's full on CTI. It's about as CTI as it gets. It is Eric Gale on guitar, Steve Gadd on drums, Dave Grusin on keys. The most underrated Jeremy Steig, who I'm really getting into, and Will Lee, who is just a beast. I got Will Lee. These photos are hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyway,
there's like a track that's like the first track's like 8 minutes, right? Or like 7 minutes. The first track is so funky. It's like
Crawl Space is
so good.
Starts off with just a kick-ass bass line. The photos are really cool. They're kind of goofy but really good.
Who's that guy getting out of the car?
Eric Gale.
Looks like he's ready to kick somebody's ass, man.
Yeah, he looks tough with the cigarette.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Roberto Valentin says that his dad used to practice flugelhorn with Art Farmer. Cool.
Cool. Well, it's kind of a departure because at that point, I mean, maybe you guys could tell me. Farmer did a lot of stuff that's fantastic. Into the 70s and 80s, but a lot of it's kind of more like standard hard bop. But that one's super funky. And I don't know how many funky albums he did that were that funky.
I got that later one on Contemporary. It's really good.
He did like a.
Well, there's the one with Joe Henderson.
No, I have that.
That weird cover.
The one he did with Yusuf Lateef, and then Yusuf Lateef did a CTI album with Art Farmer. Both of them are horrible.
Rob, you're garbling. Something's going on.
Garbling is like you're an 8-year-old girl, kind of all mixed together. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, something happened there.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this
is a microphone or something.
I'd wanted this for a while, and it finally showed up.
Ooh,
basically, the record store, one of the record stores I go to, got a big collection of late 60s, early 70s jazz, and it was kind of perfect. So I traded in some records and kind of went at it.
I got that this week as well. That's crazy.
This has a great lineup. It's really good. Oh, and I realized when I was playing it a couple nights ago The Rise Sally Rise has the Victor Gaskin bass line. That's the beginning of Eric B. and Rakim's Juice Know the Ledge album from the Juice soundtrack back in the 90s. Do you guys remember?
Wow. Yeah.
Do you know that? That's it. And I was like, wow, I never knew that was on there. So Joe Henderson, Joe Zawinul, Mel Lasty, Jeremy Steig, and Nat Adderley. And who's on drums?
Hey, Brandon, what am I garbly right now?
No, you're good. You're not.
Okay, what I was saying before is that Art Farmer did a CTI album with Yusuf Lateef, and then Yusuf Lateef did an album with Joe. Both of them are horrible. They're bad albums.
Oh, I know the Yusuf Lateef one's pretty bad.
Well, and then Yusuf Lateef did a CTI album featuring Art.
But the Art Farmer with Joe Henderson is pretty good.
Yeah, I have that. That's good.
But what I'm saying is he did, most of his catalog from the 70s isn't funk oriented.
No, I have a lot.
Anyway, this is great.
I just saw that was just today, this afternoon, post on Dusty Groove for $50. And then,
wow.
I think
this one's basically perfect, and it was 28, so I picked it up.
Very good. I think I saw another one for like 40, so it's in that. It's online. It's in that.
I've looked at them and I've seen them for 35, but they were a little, it's hard to tell online. So this one was so clean. I'd been looking for it for a while, so I grabbed it.
Nice.
I've got it for 25. Do I hear 25?
Oh,
sweet.
Hey.
Somebody get it. Okay, so I traded in some old. I had a lot of old 50s bop that I traded in that was somewhat valuable, because I had been wanting these Kenny Barons.
Sunset Dawn, yeah.
Nice.
And these were both. I got Sunset. This one, the shrink was still good, so I kept it. It was sealed.
Is that the blue label? Is that the blue Muse label?
Yeah.
The Kenny Barron? Oh.
So this one's more funk, or they're both funky, but
that's harder to find the Lucifer one for me. I've never seen that.
Although I think Sunset to Dawn is a better record. Sunset to Dawn is basically a trio plus percussion for the most part. Although there is, what else? There's so you got Kenny Barron, Bob Cranshaw, Freddie Waits, and then you got two percussionists, Richard Landrum on conga, and Warren Smith on vibes. So, and he also does percussion. So some of it does have, more than it's kind of trio based, but then you've got vibes on some tracks but lots of extra percussion. So it is a quintet. And then this is a big group. And it's kind of interesting because this probably is pretty right before Carlos Alomar started playing with Bowie. So you've got Carlos Alomar on guitar, Bill Barron on tenor, Billy Hart, James Spaulding, Charles Sullivan, and Chris White. So it's a pretty, and I think there's more than that. No, that's it. That's the band. But it's this is much more funk oriented. It's listed as spiritual, but it's really more of a funk record. This was the big surprise. I love this record.
Yeah.
Hal Galper with
so good.
And I just got some Terra Masuhino. Of course, I pretty much just get anything with Cecil McBee, and then Tony Williams. And this was really cheap. And
it's hard to find online, right? It's expensive online right now. I sold it for $10 and I regret it so hard. It's so good.
Yeah, I mean, this one's
isn't it? What are you looking at it? It's hard to find in the US right now for under like $30.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's whole collection was like hardly played. So this one was perfect, and it was $15, so I grabbed it.
Nice.
And this one was even cheaper. All this guy's records were really inexpensive.
Oh, nice.
Here's Record Brothers. Although I will say that This one's really the winner. They're both good, but this album's great. And then this is a really good. I grabbed it because it was mainstream, but this is just a hard rolling trio. Reggie Moore's piano player, and it is Hank Haney on bass and Chip Lyles on drums. But it's really good, and it's kind of surprising. I don't know.
Is it straightforward, or is it?
I don't know Reggie Moore at all. What?
Is it straightforward, or does it kind of go out, or?
It's pretty straightforward, but it is like rolling and like playing hard. This was from the same collection, so this is. So you got really good band. Dick Katz on piano, obviously Helen Merrill on vocal, Thad Jones cornet, Jim Hall guitar, Ron Carter bass, and Pete LaRocca on drums.
Wow.
And you got a lot of standards, but it's really nicely done. It's on Milestone, and I think it's like 69. I want to say.
What Milestone label?
Oh, I think it's the yellow. Yeah.
Nice.
Yellow and brown.
First.
Well, that was a nice little switch up.
You got a lot. Well, I guess this is over the last 2 weeks, right?
No, this is over the last week, but the collection came in and I traded in some high-end stuff. This is really cool. Henry Threadgill. Oof. This was one of the things I picked up new.
Oh, that's cool.
There was a record. There was a record sale at one of the new shops, and I went through a ton of stuff, and there was nothing. And then I found this, and it was still wrapped, and it was 27 marked down to 15. So I grabbed it, brand new, really nice. It's Threadgill. Where's the band? Liberty Ellman on acoustic guitar, Jose Davila tuba, Christopher Hoffman cello, Elliot Umberto Cave drums.
Yeah, Christopher Hoffman plays with James Brandon Lewis and his trio outfit, and Liberty Ellman plays with Threadgill, and he's also, I think, maybe like the engineer on a lot of the albums too.
Well, this one's on Pi Records, and it sounds great.
Yeah, Pi is like Threadgill's label basically now.
Yeah, sounds fantastic.
Yeah. They do great work.
And then this Steve Kuhn live,
hold on.
I picked up locally too. I think I told you guys I'm always looking for any version of Ida Lupino. And this one has a really cool version. I think the first recorded version was Steve Kuhn's 3 Waves, which was on Contact, which is another one of my favorite records. It's the first track. On this one, it's the second track, and he does a really, it's one of those songs, because I've heard Carla Bley play it, and she wrote it, and it's one of those songs that people seem to really get creative with every time they play it.
Yeah.
So anyway, the band is George Mraz on bass, Bruce Ditmas on drums, and Sue Evans on extra percussion. So it's a quartet. The sound on this is really good. It's on Buddha Cobble. It's on Cobblestone Buddha.
Does it say where it was recorded live in New York?
Yeah, it's
it says in New York, man.
Yeah, what club?
No, I'm just kidding.
No. I already knew what it. I don't know why I can't find it because.
What's the title?
Live in New York.
Because I know, and Chris has this one, the one that they did at the Vanguard. He did at the Vanguard with Ron Carter and Al Foster.
Yeah, on Blackhawk.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's a great record, man. This stream is endless. This is nothing, man. We've gone 6-7 hours before.
Yeah, I've got about 500 albums to show. So
we got content for days, people.
Oh, Mike, Folk City.
Oh,
Folk City, New York.
No, never even heard of it.
I never heard of it either.
No.
So anyway,
that's where I lost my virginity.
Yeah.
I just want to. Brandon was showing the Kenny Barron stuff earlier, and I just want to show a recent Kenny Barron that was.
Wait, hold on 1 second. I think Felipe just flushed the toilet.
This one right here.
I'm muted, Rob. Okay.
Like I just popped in. Fuck you, Rob.
This was
toilet noise. Boyd's all muting.
This was released in 2002, and it's a Dave Holland trio, and they've had like a long-standing trio. It's Kenny Barron, the drummer Jonathan Blake, and Dave Holland, and this is an excellent one. You can probably still find copies of it.
It looks good.
But this is and it's two LPs.
Is it live?
It's a studio. It's a studio set. It was recorded. Yeah, it's a studio set recorded in New York. But it's this is a recent Kenny Barron that's on vinyl, and he's done some great work with Dave Holland in the past.
So what is that? How does that feel? That record, is it more standard, or does it feel?
Yeah, more standard. More standard. Definitely.
So all acoustic piano, all acoustic bass, everything.
I'm assuming Blake is a drummer.
Yes, Jonathan Blake is a drummer. He just released a CD on Blue Note. It's the second with his group. That includes Joel Ross, Emmanuel Wilkins, one of my favorite piano players, David Bareilles. It's also pretty good. I'm sort of disappointed that Blue Note didn't choose this shit on vinyl, but you can only do so much.
Yeah. So I know we got Billy who's joined us. Have you gotten any cool stuff you want to show at the shop?
I was just coming in to tell Mike that defending New York record stores. When the LA New York conversation was happening, he has not visited this shop yet, so I don't think it's fair to call it yet. You can't call it. But yeah, that kind of got my attention, and I was like, I gotta come up here.
Hold on, Billy. Wait till
Yeah.
you see what I show.
I mean, I could show you 500 records too if you.
We gotta get out to LA, Billy.
I know. I was before Rob goes. What was the best, without giving away any secrets? What was the best shop you went to in LA that had jazz, that had like affordable prices and like a wide selection of used? Because I know you were showing a lot of like audiophile stuff, but like, where did you find where you're like, wow, this is like better than New York?
Even though Record Safari, they didn't have, I guess Rob said they put out a bunch of stuff.
They change every day. They change daily. A lot of record stores here.
Yeah, I was even impressed with them because I found the Rini Roseness on Blue Note that was from the 80s with Wayne Shorter and Herbie Hancock, which I hadn't seen on LP in I don't know how many years. And it was basically mint. I did, and their prices, they had a classic record, Billie Holiday I didn't buy, but it was, I think it was maybe it was $30.
Yeah.
I don't know why I passed it up. Well, Lady in Satin is actually not, I think it's an overrated Billie Holiday recording. That's a discussion for another day. But I passed.
What's going on, man?
What is that?
Who is that?
Mike's like hot as hell.
No, Mike's muted.
No, I just muted him. That's fine.
So they had so much. I mean, I was impressed at every store we stopped in. I really was, and just the condition.
Did you guys go to Amoeba? How's Amoeba?
Yeah, we went to. Yes, yeah. And you know what I think? New York. Maybe there's more of us out there buying it and picking stuff up. So there, that the quantity is, as soon as something's put out, it's gone.
Yeah.
And there's so many people that are into jazz per capita that it's just stuff's not going to stay out as long and maybe the stuff and fewer things are going to be put out there. I don't know. But
I think in New York, in Manhattan, it's like the stuff people know it's going to sell fairly quickly, and they can price it a little higher, and they go through more a little more researching before it goes out.
And also, I don't know, the whole rent, what people are paying for their spaces and stuff like that. I don't know how that compares to Los Angeles. But also, I know
rents are high here. Rents are high.
I know if I, like where I work at, I'm not far from like Academy and all those stores in Lower Manhattan.
Yeah.
I have to, and it's easier for me to get to those places because I can, during lunch, I can hop on a subway and go up there.
That's dangerous,
But it's still, if something's out, it's gone. It's gone. If someone posts, I got some Blue Notes, some Black Bees or whatever. Yeah, it's gone pretty quickly.
Come down this weekend, Mike. It's all here. All the.
From all this money I spent in Los Angeles, it'll be a couple.
Yeah, you don't want to come here. I don't think you want to come here. Yeah.
But I'm gonna get out there soon, man. I promise.
Yeah, I've only been open weekends, but as of next week, it'll be 5 days a week. So maybe you can sneak over here during lunch.
I'll definitely.
Billy, where's your shop?
It's on Manhattan Avenue in East Williamsburg. So it's on the L train.
Okay. All right. I may be back up here visiting family.
Yeah, you should.
On the holidays, I'll definitely come and stop in.
Yeah, it's mainly jazz.
That works.
Lots of kind of rare and clean stuff. I ultrasonic clean everything in the Humming Guru, thanks to y'all's recommendation. But yeah.
Cool.
I've been going hard on my Humming Guru. So everything here has now been gone through. And you got to think, like, I do 15-minute cycles for all these records.
You do the double?
I do 15 minutes for every record. Because why not?
Is that like the 2 auto? Yeah.
That's the double.
Yeah, I do the 2 and then I go. And I'm actually doing all the top row and then nearly all the second row. I'm doing my Sam records now. And then from there, I'm going to do my Tone Poets and Classic. And
go easy on the Humming Guru.
Can you supply us with a spreadsheet? Mike, can you supply us with a
Well, anyway, it's a project that I'm working on, and it's very rewarding to make progress.
So wait, what is this? I totally missed all of this. What are you doing?
We're talking about the ultrasonic cleaner, the Humming Guru, and it only does one record at a time, and it just takes a long time. But every record in this house will be at least
the Humming
Guru. It's life changing though. It's life changing.
Okay, so let me ask.
Poor man's DeGritter.
Let me ask a real quick question. I know Rob wants to show records. Give me 2 seconds. So I don't normally do this, right? I don't have any kind of special cleaner. I mean, I will clean records. If I buy records that are used and they're a mess, obviously I'm going to clean them and I'll use cleaner. But like I hear all the time people who say they buy brand new stuff, right? And they take it out and they run it through ultrasonic cleaners and all this. I mean, does it really make a difference on a brand new record? I know I'll clean it with a lint brush and all that first, but I mean, does it really matter that much?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I'll
some
tell
records First of all,
it does make a difference. It does make a difference.
So get through the static, but lots of records have a bunch of dust in the grooves when you get it, or film. So it's wild. It's wild how dirty some brand new records show up.
I'm going through. I just did my black. Not just, but I did my black jazz. I have a bunch of. Those are all brand new, and I will go through those. And I'll dump out the water, and at the bottom of the container, I'll take like my finger, and like and these are like clean, like they look like they're clean records. Like it basically. You can see, I mean, there's dirt that is on my finger. So
did you try tasting it?
It's like dirty bong water or something.
So anyway, the point is, sonically, I'm not going to argue that like sonically it makes a huge difference, but there is definitely shit that is coming off that thing. So I would imagine it's a cleaner record is going to sound.
It does make a difference, Mike. I mean, if you're taking
and it's nice to get rid of the static too.
Yeah,
dude,
the static goes away.
All
the crap goes out of the grooves, and so signal to noise really improves.
And it's probably better for your stylus. Maybe.
Oh yeah.
I think it's definitely better for your stylus.
I don't know if I have it like a new tone poet and I listen to it and it sounds perfect. I don't clean it, but like the verve by request stuff, those kinds of things. All the third man records.
Yeah.
I've cleaned all those, and then they sound fucking awesome. I mean, like without that,
sometimes you pull a tone poet out, and it's got like a layer of dust.
Sure, for sure. Yeah, I'd clean that.
You just clean it.
Yeah,
I mean, you can see the dust on the sleeve.
And what I do is because I got my cleaner much later after I got my started collecting. Like if I just grab a record, now every one of these should be clean. I learned this from Fred Putterman. But to know it's been clean, on the back I put a little green sticker.
It's super honest.
Yeah, but the thing is, if I didn't do this, when I started like just going through and cleaning every one, there were a bunch that I got in that I cleaned. Some for whatever, like there were some used things. I was like, I can't believe I didn't fucking clean this.
Dude, I put a tiny black dot.
Yeah, exactly. I just feel like there's just something to indicate it's gone through the ultrasonic. So.
Yeah, because otherwise I wouldn't know.
And the cool thing to do is when you're cleaning your record in a Humming Guru, is put on like porn music and go.
Yes, just sit next to it.
I sing songs with Humming Guru in it. That's what I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rob, are you showing records?
I find it kind of ironic that audiophiles use what might be the most obnoxious sound ever heard to make their records sound. It's like punishment for trying to make your. I put it on and I'm immediately like, oh my god! Like it's like so painful.
Oh, mine's in. See, the washer's in the basement, so it's not in the same room.
Yeah.
So I go down the stairs.
It's in the shop. I've got nowhere to go.
I get my steps.
I have animals that would probably like freak out if they heard that.
It's like
my dog. It doesn't bother my dog. He's like,
I mean, I had one of those cheap like DIY ones that you can put like 8 records in. I had one of those, and it was much louder than the Humming Guru.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Was it yours, Rob? Was your original ultrasonic louder than the Humming Guru?
It made noise, but the Humming Guru, it's. Yeah, I say this. Does anyone remember? Does anyone remember when they got the first iPod or their iPhone? Yes. Something to go, this just makes sense. It's a well-made product. I won't have to worry about it.
It wasn't well-made. I used to drop that shit and break the hard drive.
Dude, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. Let me make my
point. Every time I drop
it, guy, Mike. Are you a PC guy?
Cleaning your records.
They need to put a solid.
I never had a problem with my original iPhone.
I replaced that thing like 5 times.
You're just clumsy, man.
Rob, okay, so Rob, this is what we're gonna do. I'm making rules here. You're gonna show a record, then I'm gonna show a record, then you're gonna show a record.
Dude, I got 1,500 records, then I have to go. Come on, just let me just.
All right, fine.
Chances are you're gonna re-show a record you showed last week. Wait, you weren't here last week, but some time ago.
Wait, your audio is starting to garble again.
Your audio's a little messed
up. Yeah, fix it before you show.
Hold on, try again.
Show your shitty record records right now, Mike, and then I'll go when I fix my audio.
Okay, excellent. All right, good. See how that works out?
Yeah,
now I
sabotage. The first record someone identified that you've shown before, you're done. You're done.
Jonathan.
Yeah,
so I got the fourth show.
Wait, you showed those before. You're done.
I got the fourth. I haven't listened to it yet, but I got the fourth. It's pressed at Sheffield Labs. It has that matrix number for Sheffield Labs, which I think they're pretty good pressing or mastering.
Sheffield Labs is direct pressing.
Direct to disc.
Yes.
Hey,
those are amazing. There's a Thelma Hudson record.
That's cool.
Everybody should have it.
And this was in shrink. So I kept it on. I kept the shrink on because it has that hype sticker, and I just want to keep it. I like to kind of keep, it intact if I can. So the reason why I got this is because I've been trying to pick these up when they're cheap, and I just got the third one for $25. And then there were a few listed on Discogs for like ridiculous, like $70, $80, and this came up for $31.99. So I was like, you know what? Let me just get it. I'll complete the set. So now I have all four.
So all four of yours have the hype and the shrink, coincidentally? How'd you do that?
No. This one has the hype and the shrink. The first one doesn't. This is not a Sheffield Lab.
Got it.
This one does have a hype sticker. No shrink though. This is right direct on the jacket. So I don't know what the deal is. Maybe somebody just tore it off and put it on. And then there's three. Okay. The next one. This one's really cool. This is a really good free jazz record. This is on ESP disc. It's Steve Lacy, The Forest and the Zoo. I got this from Elm City Sounds in New Haven. It's got it for a really good price, I think. And this is a record. So I posted this online, and a user, Sopra Nino Argentina, said that this was recorded in Buenos Aires, and that the zoo references the city zoo, and the forest represents the botanical gardens. And that Steve Lacy came, and when they recorded this, there was a coup that happened. So they recorded it, and they basically had to leave. And Johnny Diani's on this as well, which bass player of
How big is the band? How big is the group?
If you want to know how big the band was, tune in last week when he showed that record.
I didn't show this. The thing is, I share my records in the chat with them, so they've seen these before. But it's Steve Lacy, Enrico Rava, Johnny Diani, and then Louis T. Maholo on drums.
And the artwork.
Yes, the artwork is Bob Thompson. This was recorded in 1966. I think it may have been released in 67, but Bob Thomas died in 66. Mm-hmm. So I think I don't know if this was put out, like if they used this as in memoriam for him, or if it was just intentional or whatever, but he died in Paris, I think in 66. And he was an artist that basically he hung out with a bunch of, and Mike, you probably knows better than I do, but like he hung out at like Slugs, and he hung out at some other New York clubs, and he started painting. And
so Mike, is it 66 or 76?
66.
Okay, because the Argentinian coup sponsored by the U.S. Department of State was in 76, not 66.
Well, then Sopra Nino Argentina got his facts wrong.
Yes.
But he said that they couldn't get out of the country for a little bit. He had like a if you look on our Instagram, he like posted a full story about this. So anyway, but yeah, 60. Maybe I have.
It's not 70. I'm sure he had passed away.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. Okay. So anyway,
I'm out right now. Your facts are wrong.
Anyway, it's a really good record. The cover art alone is worth getting. I mean, it's a beautiful cover.
Bob Thompson is also, there's the Archie Shepp album where he does the whole portrait of Bob Thompson. That's the Bob Thompson. There's a great article in Stanley Crouch's first collection of essays where he talks about Bob Thompson and he interviews all these musicians. Jackie McLean has like just a wealth of information about Bob Thompson, and it led to a retrospective of Bob Thompson's artwork at the
Felipe, you're
flushing the toilet again.
I'm muting you.
And that was the first.
I was already muted.
One that I remember that featured Bob Thompson's artwork.
Okay, and he only painted for like, I think less than 10 years.
Yeah,
he did like over 1,000 pieces, so he was very prolific in those years. And then he died basically, drugs.
Did he have a white man afro by talking a soft voice and paint?
Your mic is still messed up. Okay, and then speaking of Rob's mic being messed up, I got this Steeplechase, John McNeil Embarkation. I did a little bit of research on him. This was his first lead record. He did some more records for Steeplechase or Inner City or whatever. And he played with a lot of people. Like I forget exactly who it was. Like maybe Mingus, and he played with a bunch of people. But anyway, this is a great record. I think when Rob showed this, I think we sold like basically all of them on Discogs. So mine came in. It's really good. And this is the Denmark version.
That's why there's no more of them.
It's really good.
I recommended it, and like 10 copies sold.
All right, Rob, you sound your mic's getting worse.
Rob sounds like Max Headroom.
Yeah. Wait, you know what? There's a new set.
Video.
Of course, and
new
they
audio
muted
setting.
me because I'm the trouble for sure.
and Felipe's trouble. And
That's cool. It's waxed headroom.
Glitched bomb.
So, this is 1957. This is Barney Weiland's first record as leader. He was 20 years old. This is generally pretty rare. It actually, it's kind of weird as when I was researching this, I think this came out as a different label with a different cover, but for whatever reason, Sam Records decided to go with this version, and maybe that's the first pressing. I forget exactly, but anyway, it's a for 57, it's a good record. Miles said that Barney was the best tenor in like Europe when he like heard him. That's why he brought him in to play the Lift to the Scaffold session. And I think he played some other stuff too. But anyway, it's a really cool record. I would say this it's recorded to single track. The recording quality is good, but it's not, this thing won some awards. My expectations were a little higher than what I thought, when I was listening to it, but it's still very good. I'm really happy to have it in the collection. It's a nice record, so it's cool. And let me see who's on.
Is he English or where is he from?
I think
his father. Am I still gruffled?
No, you sound good.
No, you sound good now.
His father was an American who moved to France. Yeah, I believe he's also Jewish. I think. But his father was an American. That's how I think he fell into playing jazz, because his father liked it. And then, a French saxophonist.
So you got Barney Weiland, Hubert Fall on alto sax, Nick Brunick on piano, Lloyd Thompson on contrabass, and then Al Levitt on battery. I'm assuming that's
battery.
Battery. Yeah, everything is in French.
The best word for drums.
I love how you're being very detailed and making it more time before I can show the records I found.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, I'm almost done.
Can you go through that lineup again?
Can you show us how you rearrange your sock drawer, please?
So I got a
Shelly, man.
I got a shitload of Barney Weilands because I got them for like Joe Marino, for Bill, and for Felipe.
Mine's showing up tomorrow, I think.
The other one that I got from Sam for myself is this.
This is old news, like 2 years old.
Yeah.
Billy Harper 75.
You showed that record 3 weeks ago.
I wasn't included in that email, but I just, that's okay.
Yes.
Well, I said whatever's on the website, Mike.
I wasn't including
This has been available for 2 years.
Usually I'm not on those emails either, so don't worry about it. Mike.
Like 27.
Yeah, I think apparently
I know
was
Felipe
Belgian, not
includes
French.
me on the emails, but Mike.
Apparently, like a guy who's a dealer in another country, Mike's becoming the dealer in the U.S. Where do you store, Mike? Where do you store all the records you deal?
I think you could probably get this on Acoustic Sounds.
I have it. I'm joking, of course.
All right. The reason why I mentioned this is because
Mike, what's the web address for the shop?
this is okay. So this is Billy Harper and Tubes 1975. Besides just being standalone interesting, why it's also interesting is that this was recorded.
Hold on, I'm muting someone. Hey, is the name of your shop the MJB shop?
Okay. So 2 days before this, 2 days before they recorded this, they recorded this.
What the hell's going on?
Felipe, stop flushing the toilet.
What is that? Who is making all this noise? You know, we get comments all the time.
I am absolutely muted. I'm absolutely muted. Okay.
Felipe, are you putting that thing for the dentist office in your mouth?
It's not Felipe.
I was muted too.
Yes. There was somebody else.
I was muted, okay? I'm not causing trouble because I'm not a Californian, okay?
Are you sucking the spit out of your mouth with that?
Maybe is Billy's record salon right next to the train?
Yeah.
Yeah, where did he
Guys,
go? Oh, there he is.
All right. So anyway, the point is
I'm
that
muted. That's not me. I got that
muted
other guru on.
We heard it.
I am muted, okay?
Poor Felipe. He's like gonna be shell shocked. He's gonna go walk around telling his friends, "I'm muted. I'm muted."
Hey, I feel like I'm in a fever dream where Mike keeps showing the same record over.
Everyone, shut up.
Okay, so that other one was recorded 2 days.
I promise I won't give you any factoids when I show my record.
2 days after this session, this important classic session, and this was recorded. Hold on, I took notes. This was recorded in Barclay's studio in Paris, put out by Black Saint in Italy. Right. And then 2 days later, they went to Antibes at the jazz festival there. Same group. They did one song that's the same on this record, and then they did a different song. And this is a little bit more kind of pushing the boundaries. But I need to spend more time with this. I really.
Who put that out, by the way?
This is Sam Records.
Sam. Oh, it's another Sam. So it sounds pretty good, I'm guessing.
Yeah,
it sounds great.
Yeah, I love that.
But you know what? It sounds great, but it feels like it's an incomplete album. It feels like it needs to be a double album, like a double live album.
It's a nice companion piece. So,
yeah.
So it's cool because it's literally just 2 days after they recorded that. So it's
yeah.
cool.
I mean, I love Black Saints, so makes me want that
and
one.
It's still in stock. It is a limited pressing, and it just hasn't. I think was there negative feedback from this Antibes record? Because I heard that people got on it because the piano was out of tune. Is that
no? I think people had issues with the music itself, Mike, not with the presentation. I think the presentation was great.
Okay. And then just one more. I got this from because when we interviewed Mike Esposito, he mentioned this one and it finally came in. I got it for cheap. It's a Alice Coltrane on Warner Brothers. It's more of the spiritual side of things, and it's
actually more electronic. She's playing sort of synthesizer on it too.
Yeah, right? But she also plays harp. I mean, she plays multi-instrumental on this. She plays a lot of different stuff.
That's at the speakers. I have the speakers corner version of that.
This is she plays. I don't know. Anyway, so I picked this up. I always love when we get a guest on and they recommend something to get something as a memory. So Mike recommended this, so I grabbed this one. So that's that, and that's it. That's all the new stuff I have.
Oh, exhausting. I'm taking over.
Cool stuff.
I'm glad we didn't play your silly game where you show up.
I did a good job.
Show up. We're some sort of version of Duck Duck Goose. I'm trying to
Rob, you'll get a kick out of this. Rob, last week, I'm not going to keep you from showing your records, but last week, I think last week was when only a couple of people were on, right?
Yeah, I came in.
And I was watching. I was going to try to join, but I had something going on all day, and I got home late. But I put it on my TV, and I was laying on my couch in the living room, and it was late. And you started showing your records, and I dozed off. And don't take that personally. It wasn't because you were boring, but I was just exhausted. And sometimes when you fall asleep and when you wake up again, it feels like it's been a really long time. And I woke up and you were still on the TV showing more records. Like, and look at this one. And I'm like, oh, how long has this guy been talking? It felt like it had been like 4 hours.
Yeah, don't worry, Bill. That was not insulting at all.
Bill speaks for us all.
No, it was just, I woke up, I was like, how long has it been? I had no idea. I was so confused.
I was trying to help and save the stream. Felipe was floundering.
No, there was nobody on. It was.
Felipe was at Trader Joe's, and I was just kind of scrambling to find records.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I just feel better and better every minute.
I thought last week's stream was really good. I
thought it was fun. I was so tired.
I promise me showing records will be Mike anecdotally free. Okay.
All right, let's see all the records.
So I've been, like Brandon showed earlier, I've been doing my best to pick up all the Harold Lloyd and Bobby Hutcherson records. I think this is the only one he did on Muse, and this is as good as the. Yeah. I think Bobby Hutcherson's only on 3 songs on this, but. Look at him. I love how he ventured into more avant-garde and challenging music through his career, and this is an outstanding record. I think you could still get it.
It's hard to get.
$30 bucks.
It's hard.
Yeah, they're going up.
And my anecdote, and it has a seal for your protection.
Yeah, there's no the days of $10 muses are gone.
And you found that after I left, right?
No, I got this on eBay.
Oh,
so I've been trying to get it, but it's a great.
I got a promo for 30.
I'm starting to find more records with Oscar. With Oscar Bashir, and I'm liking Oscar Bashir. So
the lineup is sick.
Billy, what did you say? How much did you say that was for?
I got it for 30.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were selling it for 30.
Yeah, I got it. Well, the best technique I find on eBay is just put everything in your want list, and then somebody will reach out to you and give you a lower price. I think that's what I got with this one. So, great. I highly recommend it. But all Harold Land.
Is that on just the regular Muse label, or is that because it's later?
Okay. No, regular Muse.
Cool. Okay.
Because it was released on Muse.
Okay.
One side is like very modal and spiritual, and the other is kind of just like a more like a poppy, I guess you could say.
How do you pronounce the title?
Zoja. I don't know.
It says it right under.
Susha.
Pay attention, man! It says it right underneath.
Whatever.
Nobody reads anymore.
I don't pay attention.
ChatGPT can tell us.
The heavy lifting with my jazz bum mic. So
God.
I've been trying, which is virtually impossible to find. Prince Lachey records, and Record Safari, to my detriment, does posts and stuff, and they had this at a really nice price. But this is like a private press. Apparently, Prince Lachey's from Texas. He went to visit family in Dallas, and I want to get more into this. There was this avant-garde free jazz collective in Texas. I don't know if Mark, you know about them. But it seems like the principal is this dude. That guy. His full name is
Jerry Garcia.
Yeah, Jerry. Thank you. It's Dennis Gonzalez. Dennis Gonzalez. And some of his records, his lead records, go for buku dough because they're private press.
Okay. Dennis what?
Gonzalez.
Okay.
Gonzalez. But his stuff. Go look at his records. They're not easy to find and they're pricey. So Webster Armstrong sings on this, and again, as Brandon knows, I'm not a big, but this kind of feels like an avant-garde free jazz lullaby record. That's just the way it came off to me. It's very kind of minusculely recorded, not the best, and just feels like you're found an old recording, but better than archival. So, and it's not easy to find this record, but it's on Bandcamp. They made it available digitally, so you can go listen to it. It's
what
really
label
good.
is that? Some weird.
It's a private press label.
So Dennis Gonzalez, he died in March of 2022. He was a jazz trumpeter artist, and he hosted Miles Out on KERA FM for over 20 years.
Man,
And
I didn't want to do factoids, and Mike is just barging in with them.
Go for it, Mike.
I dropped the link to his Wikipedia, and his discography is huge.
Yeah, but click on his albums. I guess since they were private pressed and not a lot, they're not cheap.
Yeah, there's no label I
meant to say he kind of kills it on this playing trumpet.
He also played with Charles Brecken, which I think we're familiar with. I mean, he has a couple. I think he has a record on Strata East.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rhythm X.
Okay, another pickup. This is an OJC. I think this was released in like 57.
Yeah,
I'm echoing through someone. This was released in 57, and it wasn't reissued. Maybe a Japanese, but there were two different OJCs put out. There was an OJC, weirdly enough, they put out on the green label in the 80s, and then one on the old yellow Prestige.
Yeah, I have the OJC on the yellow Fireworks.
Yeah, Fireworks. And someone had mentioned, I had made a comment in the Discord, this is on a twofer, so it is part of a twofer. But this is outstanding. It's really good. All these guys on there.
Well, hold on. Mine is an OJC. It says OJC on the spine, and the label is still the green.
Yeah, that's what I just showed. Are you paying attention to what I say?
I thought you meant that it was an early 70s green label.
No, this is usually the early 70s label. This came out, for some reason, they decided to go with this as the OJC.
Whatever, show the next record.
That's weird.
Japan
did that a lot, though.
Just two quick notes. First, Nicole, she's absolutely right. And second, I've been muted all this time and there's still echo.
Yeah, there's echo. Does somebody have a second screen running or something?
Maybe
what was that? Slight against
Nicole, maybe you could do a Zoom with Mike and train him to be better. We would appreciate it. Thank you.
You know what? Hold on. Nicole, I think a lot of people would be lost without Wikipedia. All right. Not all of us went to
wait. I'm not using factoid. Okay. I'm using what I remember from
honestly, I'm a little offended by that.
Well, listen. We'll put up a poll. Who did it better, me or you? We'll see who wins.
All right.
When I was out with Mike at my honey hole, I found this. This is one of the Pablo's Chad recommended. It's sounding great. It's awesome. This is really good. Chet Baker came back to the U.S. in the late 60s and did 4 records with the same group on Prestige. I have 3 of them. I will hopefully get 4, but I'd say if you like Chet Baker, it's good, but it's a great lineup, and they're all on all the label, all the albums.
I have that one. Is that the green label one?
The green label, but it's Van Gelder, so it's the same pressing from the other one.
That's the one I have.
Yeah. Sometimes you get lucky. Yeah.
Roberto, if you're going to come up with comebacks, don't rip off Chris Christie.
So this is good. Okay.
Who's echoing? Can we figure out the echo? There's a bunch of people mentioning it. Does somebody have a second screen on or something?
I think it's here. Let me fix it. I'm going to guess who's echoing and mute them. Well, wait. We'll do it one by one.
Hello.
Check. 1, 2.
Oh, I think the culprit is Lastman.
There's no noise here.
Yep. Do you have two windows open? Do you have?
It could be your speaker to mic thing. It could be a speaker to mic echo.
I have you muted right now, so there's no noise.
Yeah, that's it.
Just come back when you want to say something pithy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an OJC. I highly recommend picking this album up. It's a live album. It is. People say that he's moving more into his. I think before he passed away, he was moving into some very interesting avant-garde style music, Hampton Hawes, and he plays it here. This is an outstanding live album.
He did He did a bunch of great live albums. In like 70. I think he died in 77.
Yeah, I have the Universe one, but even his studio albums were kind of interesting.
He was working with David Axelrod at that time too.
Yeah, great. This is not an expensive record right now. Get it? Highly, really good. I picked this.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off.
You take care.
Good night.
Thanks for joining, Mark.
Thanks,
Really
Mark.
appreciate it.
Later, Mark.
You get an
Bye,
award
Mark.
for lasting this long. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And thanks for dropping those tidbits of selling $1,700 records.
Ooh, Kenny Bureau.
When I was with Mike and my honey hole, I got this a white label promo of this, and I have to say, I've got a bunch of Kenny Burrell on Muse that I have not cleaned and listened to yet. This is like, I mentioned a post on our Discord that this is a great late night listen. It is so chill and cool and good. So, and again, not expensive. This is a good pickup. Okay.
What's it called, Rob?
This one is called Listen to the Dawn.
This is, I forgot to show this, but this is because I've been on the Hampton Hawes live trek as well as Rob. And I picked this one up last week, and it's really good. It's from 71, though. It's not as late. Anyway, that's it.
All right.
But it's got Henry Franklin on bass.
Can take notes, Mike. That's the way you interrupt somebody. Okay.
No.
I just tried switching myself back. No one do it. Yeah.
No, I switched you, and then you switched back. You
All
got
right.
it?
Thanks a lot. Are you?
All right, you do it. Do it.
Listen, I'm going to HR about you. I swear. So there's one album I think by these guys that everyone recommends, but I found this for like $3. I decided to pick it up.
Who is that?
This is a like a where are they from? The Caribbean. But they're not African or Caribbean. They're like a fusion soul funk jazz band.
Okay.
And they're called what? Osabisa?
Yeah, Osabisa. There's one album by them people recommend that you should get. This is not the one, but this kick-ass cover.
Yeah, that cover.
It wasn't that expensive. This is a.
You can see the most.
They're everywhere. You can find them everywhere. Yeah.
I've never seen a
not that one. I've never seen that one.
Yeah.
The white label promo on the Warner Brothers. I really haven't seen this.
Yeah, I think the most desirable is called Wawaya. Has like a mammoth on the cover, kind of flying over waters. Yeah, that's the one.
Oh yeah. I know which one you're talking about.
It's like Mandrill or like Simande or something like that.
Yeah, So this just says buy me and listen to it. So I haven't done it yet. I see this album a lot. This one I have not listened to.
Cool lineup on there.
That looks like the same kid on the Louis Hayes record.
Look at the lineup.
I think it is, but yeah,
no,
that's
not crazy. That's a girl, and the other one's a boy. I mean,
there's a funky track on that somewhere. I don't know which one it is.
Well, it's on Casablanca, but Douglas.
Yeah, disco.
Okay.
Well, but I think Douglas is just. I don't know who owned who, but Douglas put out the great Eric Dolphy combo of Iron Man and.
Also they put out Pete LaRocca's only solo record besides the Blue Note.
Yeah,
what's that called?
Turkish Bath.
Oh, they did Turkish Bath.
Women at the Bath.
Yeah, but
there's the Chick Corea version of that.
Chick Corea version. That's the one I have.
Yeah,
that's on Muse.
When I was with Mike at Amoeba, I saw this record. It looked very interesting to me. John Lewis Presents, but with. So who is on here as a killer? This is a. It looks like no one ever played this, but it's an old green blue label on Atlantic. But who's on here? Killer, Scott LaFaro, Bill Evans is on this. Eric Dolphy is on here. Jim Hall, Eddie Costa, just a killer lineup of people. So I have not listened to this yet, but it wasn't that expensive.
John Lewis has a couple. He has another record on Atlantic that's got like everybody on it too. That's really affordable.
Ornette Coleman is on this. It's crazy who's on here. So
that's on my local. I should pick it up.
Yeah, pick it up.
I think it's called Essence. Is it called Essence? John Lewis has a record called Essence on Atlantic that has a ton of great people. That's maybe a $8 record. That's really good.
Yeah, this is not expensive, but pick it up. Okay, here's Keep the Art Evans. Art Farmer. Art Evans.
Oh, nice.
On Mainstream. Do you have this one, Brendan?
No, I want that one. It's always like $45 every time I see it.
Well, what? Really?
Yeah, I paid $8 for this.
Nice.
Yeah, it's like an $8. I can see. Yeah.
That's
I haven't seen it in a while.
Oh, look at that!
Is it funky? Or it's not funky though. It's just
a lot of this stuff. I'm trying to clean for the auction tomorrow, so a lot of stuff.
Did you get it cheap?
$8. So yeah, at Record Safari, they bought a big giant radio station.
But is it the reissue or is it the original?
No, this is the original. I don't know if this was ever reissued.
Unipack.
White label promo.
Nice.
Yeah. Very cool.
Yeah.
All right, this I had to pick up. Archie Shepp in New York, but I don't know if that is. Yeah, I have not listened to it yet.
It's the Contemporary 5, right? Yeah.
Can you show the label?
Tell Mark. Sample.
Promo. It's the sample.
Nice.
It's a promo.
It's funny when Mike, we're in a private thread where we communicate, and Mike goes, "Hey, does anyone have any Leroy Jenkins albums?" And I found a Leroy Jenkins album. Look how big. Cool. I have not listened to this yet. So
there's too many names on there. It's just too many people. Yeah, it's too many.
Well, Dewey Redmond.
I do need to get.
Dewey Redmond's on here in Holland.
I have some Violas, but
I have one Leo Smith on ECM, and it's killer. So I'm interested.
Rob, you're breaking up a little bit, at least on my end.
Hello.
Yeah, you sound all right.
Breaking up. Is that good for you guys?
Promo thing in here for the DJs, I guess, right? Does anyone have stuff on this label?
Never seen it.
No.
Jocka, I think I have one other record on Jocka. It's like free jazz stuff.
Huh. Never seen that one.
No?
Show the label.
Well, I did, but here. That's
yeah.
And there's a Leroy. If you ever want to forge Leroy Jenkins' signature, there it is.
I'm sure that'll come in handy.
This is an OJC of a Pablo.
Let me show something real quick.
All right.
Also, the reason why Chris isn't here is
so politely.
Chris has an electric outage because it's raining in Texas.
This is great. I picked it up. I showed it to Rob since he was the only one there last week. But this has Leroy Jenkins, and it's a really nice. This album is awesome.
It really is. Yeah.
It's so beautiful, and it's. I want to say it's like 75, but it's on ABC Impulse. That's it.
Yeah, Leroy Jenkins is a real person. It's hard to believe that name would equal to a real person. Normally the Eddie Lockjaw on Pablo, but he's playing with Tommy Flanagan.
Nice.
And here's the trio.
Mm-hmm. Do OJC Pablos sound better than Pablos?
Well, Pablos sound excellent. I have not listened to
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Is it like...
All right, I do not know this gentleman. This is Heirs to Freedom, Richard Teitelbaum. Richard Teitelbaum with Anthony Braxton. So he's playing Moog synthesizers and stuff. So this should be very interesting. I've not listened to this yet.
Richard Teitelbaum.
He was an educator. He taught, and he really didn't put out a lot of albums. So I'm interested to see how this sounds. This is killer, and I do have a factoid about this album. So this is this is his last recording. He died 6 weeks after doing this concert. It was a tribute concert to Monk. People say this is some of his best playing. And Mike, I think you've mentioned Jessica Williams.
Yeah,
he's on playing.
Oh, I have one of her records.
Yeah.
That's a nice lineup.
But knowing he was dying, that's always interesting to me. I've like Sonny Smith's last recording, knowing they're dying and still playing just crazy good, you know. So I haven't listened to this yet. This is really interesting. It's Count Basie presents Eddie Davis and Joe Newman, but it's essentially Shirley Scott. It's like the normal group they play with, and Basie's playing on this too. This is OG on Roulette, but I'm interested in listening to this one, especially since Mike likes Joe Newman. All right, here's a good one. This was $1. All right, but who plays piano on this? Jerry Allen.
Oh, cool. There she is.
Wow.
For $1. I don't find a much later Buddy Collette albums. I found one and sold it. It was a little more funky for me, but I have not listened to this one yet. And I had shown. Hold on, let's go. There's a lot more to show. I just picked this up today, and I thought it was a reissue, but it's an OG in clean condition. So.
Great record.
Every time I find this one, it's like beat up, but this is nice. It wasn't that expensive. All right, this is a killer album. Did someone show this one before?
Yeah, I think Felipe picked that up.
Yeah.
This is insanely good. I was surprised because I don't really have any of his albums. So I was surprised.
Who's on there?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know any of those.
Yeah, this is really good, Rob. This is really, really good.
It's Daddy. I bought some albums for Mike, Notes and Tones.
Yeah.
I guess he passed away to the recently.
Yeah.
This is like fun free avant-garde stuff. It's just like you're in a good mood.
Yeah.
To this. It's free jazzy avant-garde stuff.
This is
I think he has like a sense of humor about himself.
Oh, he definitely has a sense.
Yeah. I mean, just read his book that he just put out. It's just you understand everything.
Yeah, just from listening to this and knowing not much about him.
Yeah.
He's a dick. Well, I don't know. I'll tell you later.
Okay. A very outgoing guy. I saw him. I saw the flautist Nicole Mitchell at Columbia. She was doing a performance, and Henry Threadgill was in the audience. And he's just like talking to everybody. He looks like having a good time.
That's what that album feels like listening to it. He's having a good time doing it.
And for whoever wants to go a little deeper, get an X75 record.
Hey Rob, are you able to? Do you have admin privileges to end the stream? Okay, because I need to take the dogs out. It's getting too late. But
okay.
I'll see you guys later.
Okay.
Bye, Mike.
Bye, Mike.
I found a sealed copy of this, so I picked it up because I have a copy with a skip in it that I'm going to give away maybe tomorrow during the stream. But I like this album a lot. It's really good.
From the movie.
He sings mostly on it, and it's like heartbreaking to me sounding.
It goes for pretty high, right? Like $50-$60.
This was sealed. Yeah, it goes for more than that, but
okay.
I didn't pay a huge amount of money. So okay, This is something that Joe had educated me on, and I thought maybe I knew the answer. So I found,
I love that.
Yeah, I found a white B copy of this, but it has RVG stereo and the dead wax, and it's got. I said, "Is this the original plates?" He goes, "Yes." So it wasn't like he remastered it for these 70s pressing.
No.
Yeah.
And this sounds great. This sounds great.
What is the catalog number, Rob? 41.
What number is this? 84083. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, 4083. Yeah.
4083. Yeah.
So it's still in the 4000 series. He was stamping. Yeah. So it's an early. It tells you an early. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's great. All right, this is fantastic.
I actually think I'm not positive on this. When it has the RVG,
yes,
that means Rudy was on it and he did the mastering. When it just says Van Gelder, that means it's a Van Gelder plate. That says Van Gelder, not RVG.
This says RVG. This says RVG stereo. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
RVG
in the late 1500s, early 4000s, he was stamping.
Usually the later ones say Van Gelder.
Just Van Gelder.
Van Gelder.
Because he was always doing the stereo. In the early ones, he was actually marking stereo because he was mastering differently. Yeah.
Because like all the RVGs from before 1966. 1966 and previous, that means he did the mastering.
Okay, this record is from 3 different sessions, but songs that were never released. But it was like one is from one of the Miles albums. Well, those sessions were 2 days, right? One was from one of those, and the rest of the songs are from 2 other Red Garland album sessions. So this is fantastic. If you find this record, get it. This sounds great. It is great. And I magically have been finding Red Garland records like crazy. So this is a DMM, and again, Harold Land. This is fantastic. This is great.
I actually played that the other day.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. Okay, this was today's haul. And this is why Mike C blocked me. The first record I found is the Grant Green Blues, which is originally that Dave Bailey sextet record.
Where he's looking up.
Yeah. From 1961, but then Muse issued it in 70 something. So and I paid what it really kind of goes for. Yeah, Bart. And then
sorry.
This is why Mike blocked me, because I have 1 and 2, and today I found 3 and 4. It goes up to 7. I think they did release a 5 on vinyl eventually, but last year a company in France or somewhere in Europe issued it all on CD. You can get that for like 20 something bucks of the whole thing. So I'm happy I picked up these. I've had them on my want list for a while. And then I got the French DMM version of Mode to Go.
That's nice.
This looks like it's not been played, so we'll be very happy to clean and listen to those. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's it. That's all my. Is there anything other interesting? No. Yeah, that's about it. So there I go. Come on, I went. There he goes.
Good stuff.
Well, yeah, I cleaned the room out. Thank you. Did you, Bill? Did you fall asleep and wake up and I was still talking?
I went off camera when I did, so no, not at all.
There's one thing I'll show, I think I sent it to a photo of Felipe. I got this in the mail. It's a new book, biography on Pepper Adams. Just came out. And this guy, the author that wrote it, used to do a blog on it, on Pepper Adams. and so I'm looking forward to like reading this. But yeah, so saxophone trailblazer.
Oh, and I forgot. This is fantastic.
Oh yeah,
I wish there was. I guess maybe it's on. Oh no, there's a vinyl release of it now too.
Yeah, I have.
It just came out, but this was originally just CD, and it's kind of like, I'm like, oh, standards, okay, and then it's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's just like they're not. Joe Henderson does them like completely different, like completely original.
Yeah.
I mean, you recognize them, but they're his own songs.
Right.
He makes them his own.
Can you? I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you end things because I gotta go?
No, I can't, Rob. So that's yeah. Sorry.
Well, we're
I
4 hours in.
No, that's good. That's good. Yeah, I don't have anything to show. My stuff is pretty boring.
I can show stuff for 2 seconds.
All right.
All pretty common stuff. I think everybody probably has most of these, but except maybe this one. It's got the corner cut, but I got this one from.
That's great. Yeah.
Oh, I have the exact same one. It's amazing.
Yeah, I've never even heard this album. I just got a great deal on it, so I just grabbed it. And then Felipe, I was chatting with you about this. I got this. It's the original first pressing of. And then a friend of mine just came up with this one. I actually never owned this album. Just got this.
On the current.
Original first pressing of this one as well. So
it's
those
beautiful.
Other than the new Tone Poets, those are my 3 interesting ones. I don't go crazy, but you guys all buy a lot. But those are and then I'm waiting for a nice package from Mike to show up tomorrow with a couple of things from Sam Records. So.
Oh yeah, no, mine is still behind. Still waiting.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully mine's coming tomorrow. So all right. So are we ending this now?
Yeah, I think so. Where's Rob? Rob?
Where'd Rob go?
No, Rob left, so now we're all stuck here for eternity. We can never leave.
We're trapped in the Matrix.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I have nothing to show.
Huh?
I found 2 things.
Yeah.
You guys.
Also, I wanted to show you guys. I'd been looking for this one for a while.
What is that?
If I can see it. Bob James Explosions. This is his ESP. So Bob James had some really interesting stuff in the 60s before, and I like his stuff later. Obviously, it's more pop music that he started doing later with the Rhodes, but this is his more avant stuff. And it's pretty dark and moody, and it's really cool. And it's with Bar Phillips on bass and Robert Posar on drums.
There he is.
Anyway, I was kind of excited about finding one of those.
I found 3 pretty amazing classic kind of like hard bop records, all for under $10. And after humming guruing them, they all play like VG Plus. I'll show them really quick.
Nice. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
The red, $8. I hate to say a price, but I cleaned it and it sounds fucking insane.
Wow.
And and then this was $1 at a record fair. I actually ran into Mike. I finally just found it and cleaned it, but it's Benny Carter. Jazz Giant mono first press. It was $1. Some guy just had it in his bin. Wow. And it sounds absolutely incredible. Such a great record. I listened to that tonight. And then finally, this was like $8, I think, and it's Meet Oliver Nelson. And it's on Status, and I keep checking all statuses to see if they sound okay, and they never do. But this one, I guess they used like vinyl that wasn't, the recycled, and it sounds like a fucking, good prestige record. That's it.
Nice.
Great records, all cool. 3. What a night. Yeah, really good night.
Yeah, we were talking about how expensive that Benny Golson goes for.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I looked it up too.
I have a British copy.
maybe the art's weird or something, or the title, but the record is like, it's great. It's like a Blue Note. It sounds like a Blue Note record or something. It's like it's really well played and has an amazing vibe and recorded well. Lee Morgan, man.
Nice.
We lost Rob again.
Yeah. Okay, Rob.
Rob, shut her down.
So Billy, you're going to be open. What are you going to be hours now?
Saturday, Sunday, and then Wednesday through Sunday, 11 to 6.
All right. So
just close Monday and Tuesday. Just close Monday and Tuesday. Yeah.
So yeah, in the next week or so, I'll definitely be dropping in.
Mike, right. I'm gonna message you offline about something else I had to ask you too. All right, Rob wants to cut it.
Later, guys.
Bye, everybody.
Take care. Bye.
Good night, guys.
Ciao.
Oh. Bye-bye.
Adios.